Hello. Hold on. Welcome. Welcome. Running a little bit late today. That's fine. Getting the idea of how to go with this. I'm going to try to keep these office hours more tame. But welcome. Welcome to the new and improved office hours. I am your void. Paul Berserker 01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the Astropub. I got a new black shirt and black this, so I'm just the darkness. I'm stealing no, I'm not gonna say that. That's fucked up. It's something Fairasult Fast Cart would say though. Nice and bright. Listen, it's a new year. I gotta be as depressed as possible. Hey Thorn. Brian, how you doing? Welcome. First office hours of 2026 and the new schedule. I might start still doing it on Thursdays. Initially, we'll see. It's just a matter of like timing. The plan is to do these on Mondays for going forward because I want to spend more time editing and creating videos. And so it just flows a little bit better for me to go on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I'd appreciate if 2026 would be less stupid than 2025. Not more. Well, Frey, we're all out of that, Iris. You're going to get... What we can give you is 2026 is just going to be weirder and stupid. Not necessarily less time on Star Citizen, their knowledge. I'll definitely be playing Star Citizen, and I'll probably be doing more Star Citizen, and ironically, just not on stream. So I'll be doing a lot of content creation, which will involve me going into the game to get footage and stuff like that. But I do plan on doing other games too. I still want to do a primer on BattleTech. I'm probably going to do something very stupid and probably not very welcomed by the community. But I have the urge to do a history of the wars of Ace Combat. Even though I know Ace Combat isn't technically a space game. I'd argue it's a science fiction game because the amount of fucking lasers and railguns they have mounted to like Su-36s, but you know. The devs actually started back to work today and even have a hotfix plan for tonight. So here's the secret. This is for all of you who are newer. CIG doesn't stop working just because they're on vacation. I guarantee you they did, because they did some hotfixes over the break. I guarantee you those hotfixes were done by the team here in Austin the day after Christmas because they spent some time with their families, and then afterwards they're like, all right, we're gonna knock some stuff out because all of them have work from home rigs. Maybe not newer ones, but almost all of them who've been there for the longest time have work from home rigs and have access to work from home because of both the pandemic and because they still get work from home credits. So you can still work from home one day a week at CIG, or you can bank it and do remote when you want to. And if you do, you could actually do things like work overtime, and they'll give you some time specifically for work from home, I believe. CIG employees can correct me on that, but I know last I heard they did a big overhaul when they went back to work, did return to work. They still want to do some remote stuff. So I guarantee you, the people who were still working over the holidays were doing remote. Just work remote, try to get that done. Just like CIG works on the weekends. It's just not everyone does. And I would temper my enthusiasm for those of you who are like, we're doing a hotfix, which is great. But I would not suggest that CIG is going to get a lot done this month. Because January, generally speaking, is a month that is low traffic. Most games don't release in January. Most gamers aren't really playing stuff in January. You still have some left over because people who live in the colder climates are stuck inside. And if you live in the extreme heat climates, like in the Southern Hemisphere, you're probably stuck inside too. So it balances out a little bit. But most games of any substance will release at the earliest of the year in February. In most games, if they do, they'll release between like February and March, and then maybe May or April, May. Like somewhere between February and May. And then there's just nothing from June till August. And then sometime around August is usually when they pick up again for doing stuff. And not a lot of games release in December. They do still, but not a lot. So you've got like this entire month, which generally speaking is lower traffic across the industry. And CIG doesn't have a lot of other times other than the summer to really bank your time. And this summer seemed to have been big, put your nose to the grindstone sort of culture for CIG. So I guarantee you there are far more numbers of people who work at CIG who are taking their time off, their like extended time off this month. Like I said, I've known employees who work at CIG who've taken the entire month of January off because they had so much banked over time. I guarantee you that after maybe the first 2 months after the release of Squadron 42, we will see a massive amount of Squadron 42 devs taking like 3 months off because they have that much time built up. January is usually planning month. Yes, but I think planning has sort of stopped. Not stopped, but slowed down. CIG used to do these this month where it was a big month where they brought people from all over the company to come together. But CIG has become a lot more cost conscious since then. And with the focus on 1.0, I imagine a lot of it is going to be less focused on getting people together to talk and more simply meeting to discuss where they are in terms of their goals, where they need to go for the next of the year, and what should the priorities be initially. Because they also plan in the summer as well. That being said, I still think that a lot of people are just going to take this month off. CIG does this thing where they say it's planning month, or they say they're doing this because of, speeding up the game. But a lot of the stuff just also just so happens to coincide with their employees doing shit because they want to make sure they can keep these talented people on board who know what the fuck they're doing with the engine they have, and they don't want to scare them away. Oh yeah, hopefully the Squadron 2 does well. They'll definitely have earned it no matter what, but they work hard, but yeah. No, I agree with you, Iris. I think it's a fucking stupid policy. And it goes to show, once again, my concern for Squadron 42's release is that I feel like the game devs are overruling any marketing sense because most game devs have a negative opinion of marketers because suits suck. As somebody who's worked in marketing, suits suck. Working in marketing, I can tell you, a lot of business people are fucking stupid. They just dumb. And they don't want to listen to anyone but their own self-absorbed sense of right and wrong. Like, oh, I'm right. I built this company from the ground up. It's like, you're making the wrong call, though. The best bosses I've ever seen in companies like that are ones who can actually admit that they don't fucking have any idea what they're doing and seek help from people who do. Not always listening to experts, because experts don't always have the right thing, but man. And I think CIG is falling into the pit of I'm an engineer, I hate suits, and CIG is an engineering company. It's a company made of software engineers and game designers. So they're trying to pull as far away from the suits as possible, so they can just stick in their own little bell, their own little part. I don't know how many brand managers CIG even has. I've never met a CIG brand manager. I know they were hiring them, but I've never met one. I've never even heard of one. If you are a CIG brand manager and you're watching this, first off, thank you for doing your job, at least partially. Please reach out. I'd love to just talk. Because I don't know anyone in marketing. So, but that's one of the problems, is that I think CIG needs a little bit of an inflection of strategy, not necessarily marketing, but business strategy. I think they lack that. They got plenty of good, talented people who are doing insane shit with what they have. But when it comes to business strategy, they tend to favor what works rather than what works for them, rather than what would be a good plan overall. Sorry, there's a lot of there at once. Happy New Year's to you, Champasta. They're making hundreds of millions. They're doing fine. In terms of earned revenue, yes. But don't mistake short-term gains for long-term success. Eventually, the boat's going to stop. Especially the way CIG is going. Not that it's going to, like, the money's going to stop flowing in. It's that at some point, people are not going to open their wallets for hundreds of dollars anymore. It happens to every property, every brand. It's just a natural, like, thing that happens. I'm surprised CIG is as resilient as they have been, considering all of the bad press they get. They're kind of a poster child of, as long as you spell the name right, no news is bad news. But that's not to say it doesn't affect them, Dash. A great example of this is when they sort of hit a negative spree, when the community felt like things were going in spin in 2024. You can actually see that in the numbers. They did fine financially. Didn't do as good as they did in 2023, but if you look at the average new accounts being created, it was a fucking train wreck. Like, it was drastically low. And it was part of a trend of players, new players not signing up. And it's clear CIG recognized that was a problem and decided to try to do a different tact, which is why it's kind of improved a little bit. But you can also see the new players signups stop in June when they had the big controversy with May and June. It was in May, but it was also in June, with the Blades controversy. Listen, I'm a marketing researcher, or was a marketing researcher. This is the kind of shit I like to do. What I wouldn't do to peek around in CIG's data for like a week. The flight blades, yeah. So it's important to meter the optimism with a sense of reality. CIG has also never released a completed game. So I would err on conventional wisdom. And conventional wisdom, based off of my own experience, and literally everyone I've ever talked to who's done any kind of marketing, is nobody knows what the fuck your IP is. You need to tell people what your IP is. So CIG is good at selling ships, but that doesn't mean they're good at making, they're selling a video game. That's the long and short of it. And I think CIG needs to learn now what works so that when they actually are selling a video game, that they learn to, they find a way of balancing that out. Hey, Parker. Again, I am not an expert at video game marketing, but I have a background in it. I did it for a while. Both my parents are marketers, went to school for it. I worked for that with them and with other companies. And I've been doing this streaming thing for long enough that I run in circles of video game developers and their marketing teams a lot. I've run into a lot of people in that field, especially going to conventions. So I've picked up a few things, and the few things I've picked up in terms of my experience and talking with experts in the field is, in this field specifically, all tells me like CIG probably is making a misstep. What if Star Citizen? What is Star Citizen if not a VG? It's a repository of digital spaceships. That's not even me like shitting on CIG. But I can prove it. Look at any of my lore videos, and you'll notice other than like the complete history of Star Citizen lore, the first episode, all of the biggest videos I have done in terms of lore are videos on ships or ship companies. Most lore, if you look at lore from other games, it's on characters, it's on events, it's on equipment. But like typically it's on the characters and the events, mysteries that are being to be solved inside these events. Five Nights at Freddy's, Fallout, Undertale, Halo, Warhammer 40K. All of those things have similar in common where they usually focus on interesting characters, events, or mysteries. The Star Citizen community is obsessed with ships. Personal thank you for everything you do, bud, connecting the dots as well. Thank you, Raptor. And so that's the thing. Star Citizen is a ship repository, not a video game. It will become a video game. The IG is a bunch of people who make video games who want to make a video game. So it will become a video game, and it is in the process of becoming a video game. The question is, will CIG survive that transition? You can already see where the stresses are happening. It does have a cryptid, J-Dog homie. The cryptid is called the Blue Man. Or the Hades, the Hades cryptid, or the Hades devil. Until Dr. Yort has the PO had any notable characters? Tissu Pacheco, it had Dooley, it had Miles Eckhart, it had Tessa Bannister. It had its fair share of characters. The problem is that most of those don't have much of a story. They just have, they're there. They're mission givers. Have you heard anything about CitizenCon 2026 in person or other? Nope. Heard nothing. My guess is they are not going to be putting any money towards a CitizenCon. It'll be a CitizenCon Direct, only because their money and effort is going to be put towards marketing Squadron at events. I did talk with CIG about this, CIG members about this, and they did seem to indicate that they will be going to major events when they start marketing Squadron. So like Gamescom, Summer Games Fest, those sorts of things. The big convention circuit in the summer and early fall, they'll be hitting those up when they're doing Squadron. I swear Onyx is the only thing that's convinced me that they actually want to make a game. Onyx is a great example of what CIG is doing. That's why I say when Star Citizen is becoming a game, Onyx is a great example. Hathor is another example. Because like Onyx is a big thing, but you have to sort of take Onyx in the context of everything else. Because Onyx lives in the context of Stormbreaker. Because those two stories are connected. And then on top of that, you've got Hathor, and you've got the contested zones. All of these are gameplay arenas. They're all gameplay modes you'd be playing in other games, but they're set into an open world game. It's clear that 2025 was the experimental phase of how to turn Star Citizen from the ship game into a sci-fi universe. Hathor is a great sandbox, neat location. Kind of wish there would be less emphasis on the laser, to be honest. I agree, but I mean that's the thing, is that like CIG is still figuring out what works for Star Citizen, and I know that sounds scary to people. It's like, well, aren't these people experienced and know what they're doing? Shouldn't they know what makes a video game? It's like not every sandbox game is going to go around the same things the same way. Skyrim is a sandbox game, but so is The Witcher 3. They're both sandbox games, but no one says Skyrim and The Witcher 3 are the same game. They approach things differently. The Witcher is heavy story-based, whereas Skyrim has story, but it's mostly just sort of ancillary stories that rarely connect to the main story. Whereas Witcher has branching narratives and different choices and all sorts of crazy things. Another good example, DayZ is an online sandbox, and so is Rust, but so was I think another online sandbox that's not like super toxic. They're not many. Star Wars Galaxies, I guess you could say. They're also hyper-specific scenarios rather than more variable freeform sandboxes. Yeah, they're scenarios that you can access in a sandbox way, but they're not sandbox tools. They're not sandbox locations. Maybe Pyro could be more Pyro. That needs the reputation. It needs activate NPCs and reputation. Will there be modes in Nyx? Yeah, it's called the Rock Cracker, I think is what they called it. Plus, there's also the municipal works, which they're working on. Those will both be the sandbox mode. Albi Online, yeah. Albi Online, Anarchy. Was it Anarchy? There's one that came out recently. It's like there's a second one. It's very similar. Yeah, Space Hathor. Master was kind of a linear sandbox. Yeah, kind of, yeah. We know 100 systems are out there. The question are out of the question. I expect at least 20-ish systems that are important towards the lore. I don't think 100 systems are out of the question. I think you underestimate how many blank systems there are and how quickly CIG can produce systems. One of the reasons why CIG is slow to develop systems is because they're still developing features. Genesis and the new I always forget the name of it. The new like settlement systems that they want to do. Both of those, if they don't keep fucking with the formula, should speed up the development pretty quickly. Because at that point, it's just a matter of making factions. And they got 4 writers on staff. They can make factions. And got lots of artists on staff. They can make some faction armor. They got their own mocap studio. They could put some people in to do some mocap shit, you know? So it's a matter of them finishing their tools, which we thought they finished a while ago. Apparently not. And that's one of the concerns that people have is like CIG will just get to a point where like, we're really done this time. And then they fucking come up with something new. And eventually you're just going to have to push the baby out. Please don't pull Paul into the 100 systems talk like Tomato today. It's a balance between systems and stuff to do in those systems. That's true as well. I agree. If CIG could get 100 systems, but it needs to make sure that those 100 systems are relevant to the story. Architect? I think that's the name of it, yeah. Then give me a CZ not at a regen location. I can tell you exactly where they'll do that. If they were to do that, it would be in Hadrian. Hadrian is a perfect breeding ground for CZs. They need to put content within that. Tangible quests, quest chains, repeatable dailies that makes going to places worth it. Exactly, yeah. It can't just be 100 systems. It's got to be more stuff to do. But once they have their systems in place, they can make stuff like that. And they make variations on it. They've already proven that they can do that, and they're pretty good at like piecing together stuff. It's just a matter of being given the resources to do that. See, and Nyx also has some space for CZs and other ring. Of course, yeah. Architect's a building system. Okay. I think timers on CZs in Pyro is what I would do. Kind of like they do with the vault, but like all entrances are locked. So it's like you got 20 minutes. They also do it with the executive hangars, right? Where like you have a timer where how long it's going to be unlocked for if you have the keys and stuff like that. They can do that. They already have that system in place. Just add it to the entranceways of all the CZs. Remember, chat is never live. No. I want a rotating hurling Armageddon style asteroid that comes through Stanton yearly. Has rare minerable salvage opportunities, insane environment in the sunlight and chill in the darkness. I mean, that's just asteroids. Comets and asteroids in general are like that. I'd love that. I've talked about the idea of having like a repeatable massive planetary event that swings through as sort of a limited time event that's repeatable. It's a good idea. They had some good options in the med gel for the med beds design doc. Yeah, but I mean, that won't stop people from respawning at the hospital in Pyro. It's because, like, in most of those places, they have a hospital where you can just regen back there and then just be back in 5-10 minutes. They can make millions of low-content planets if they wanted to. And there are lots of low-content planets that they will have there in systems that are basically empty accretion disks. Like, the lore of most of the systems, I would say 20 systems is, like, the number of actual important narrative-based systems that are human-based out of the 100. And the rest is, like, I would say, well, maybe 30. There's, like, 35 star systems in the UEE. And I think like 4 or 5 of them are basically just empty. Probably a little bit more than that. But there are also plenty of systems like Null, which aren't UEE systems that are still, and like Pyro and Nyx and Cathcart and Nexus. They're all like non-UEE systems. Well, Nexus technically is. Most of those are non-UEE systems that have some pirate presence or some outlaw presence. And I would say about 10% of the planets are aliens, which you don't need. You know, that was for Star Citizen, different game. You don't need those planets until the alien expansion. So I think in reality, Star Citizen probably needs like 50 or something planets to get a full like expansive narrative. Sandhead's Bears comment. I'd love that. Haley's comment once a year would be cool. Yeah, it'd be nice. I want CIG to actually have in-game decorations for the various and annual events. I do too. I think it'd be cool to have like in-game representations of the events. I think CIG just has to build the systems to update those, because like the problem is that they've done that in the past and then they just forget to remove the assets. So they need to build like a scheduler for that. If I recall correctly, it's more than 10% aliens. I think 20 to 30 planets, so more like 30%. That makes sense. A lot of them are Vanduul. Like, I want to say a good 5 to 10 are Vanduul. There's only like 4 Banu planets, maybe less. And then there's more Xi'an, but there's less Xi'an than the Vanduul planets. And of course, the Tavar don't have planets. Transient wormhole takes you into Vanduul space for a time to kill some aliens and find some loot to be cool. It probably wouldn't do transient jump points. That's not quite how they want transient jump points to work. But there is going to be a jump point into Virgil. Virgil is one of those systems where I could see them doing as a Vanduul planet system. 10 of the Vanduul planets are classified. I mean, we don't even know where they are. Like, there's a lot of planets in the Vanduul stuff that just don't exist. Like, we don't know the jump points to them. So when you start looking at the actual content based, like CIG has a black hole system. They have a system that's literally not a system. It's called Min, because it just has a planet. There's no star. Then there is a planet that's the star system that's literally just a star with a big dust cloud on it. It's a Fair Chance Act one. And then there are like the system, the Oso system, which is just a planet. It's basically uninhabited, but it's got a jungle world where the Osonians live and some other like creatures lived. So Tamsa, yeah, that's the black hole system. Like I can keep listing those off. There's like plenty of systems that are effectively empty. And there's a lot of systems that have like a single like location. Like Banshee has one location because it's a pulsar. Nemo has one location because it's a water world. It's pretty much all it has. Lear? No, Lear's got a couple. Lear doesn't really has one as well. That's it. It's got a bunch of. It's where the sandworms come from. It's where the Valakar come from. But it only has the outsiders that live there. So like, and there's the system where the outside of the majority of the non-UE Tavarn live, which is Kronos, not Kronos. It's next to Kronos. So that's another example. Kronos. Kronos is a UE system. It's where Synth Worlds is being built. Branagh, yeah.
Them biddies.
And then there is that system with no habitable planets and a dark nebula. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I know, Escape. They were them biddies. The point being, I feel like at this point, and I've said this before and I've been wrong, but I feel like at this point, CIG is likely not to just going to add random habitable planets after this. The reason why they wanted to do a habitable planet in Nyx is pretty clearly because they only have 5 systems for 1.0. And they want to make sure that there is a variety of gameplay options for those 5 systems. Once you expand beyond that, you can afford to have a system that's basically empty. I mean, that's what Nyx is right now, effectively. Just like blank places where you can add things if you wanted to eventually later. Home of the Klingon Empire. A system that's just attached ships together. That's Croshaw. Croshaw. Starts with the C. That's where Spider is. Cathcart. That doesn't mean we're not going to see new planets which will be terraformed, recently terraformed in the game after 1.0. They will definitely do that. Is there a system besides Sol that would compare it to Terra? Yes. I'm trying to remember of it. Ellis and Croshaw. And to a degree, not Branagh. Redder. Redder would be another example. Vega is sort of like that. The home of Aegis Dynamics. Shauna. Davian? Yeah, Davian. The Davian system as well. Then you got, You've got, Bremen as well. Bremen is another great example. Like, the main systems are Terra and Sol. But then you also have, I said it at the very beginning. Not Genesis. Ellis. Goss, yeah. Goss is, if I remember correctly, Goss. It's the binary system. Yeah, it's got Castle. Remember Castle? Yeah, that's the very fancy planet. Castle is one of them planets. Where is Goss? Yeah. Goss is up there. I would say Goss is actually one of the potentials of the first 20 systems, if not the first 10, because it is got a fuck ton of art associated with it. Like, I mean, 4 to 5 art pieces, which that sounds like, that's not a fuck ton. Early art pieces, like 2015 art pieces, 2014, 2015 art pieces. Like, we're talking CIG spent some dough to get some nice concept art for this place, when most concept art for systems is a, no offense to the renderers, a shitty 3D rendering. Hey, Carbon Edge. Feeling stoked for the year of development. I'm hoping they can keep some momentum going. I think they will to a degree, but CIG is a master at killing their own momentum. Goss is not where the Ellis is where the Murray Cup is held. That's why Ellis is huge, like 9 planets. Most of them are terraformed. Green, which is where the Murray Cup takes place, is a fucking paradise. Like it's a nice system. It's one of the early systems too. Yeah, there's a handful of naturally habitable planets in the universe, and one of them is Terra, and Terra is just perfect. It was perfect. Like, it's basically Earth, but better. It's bigger, has more resources, better place in terms of in the nexus of jump points, has a lot more resources. It's entirely naturally habitable. Yet that Terra system, the Terra, the planet, Terra Nova, required no terraforming whatsoever. It was perfect from the get-go, and it's a super Earth. Earth but better sounds like something a Terran would say. I am a terrorist. That's when it comes to that. Less population. Ironically, probably more population now. I imagine Terra is more populated than Earth. Just because Earth, there's no reason to live on Earth unless you're part of the government or connected to something in the government. What doesn't say? Oh, someone's talking about my video. Oh, dude, your video on Hurston lore was fucking amazing. Well done, Doc. Thank you. I mean, it took me 3 months, so I hope it was good. Didn't realize they threw out gravity and mass so much. No wonder Paul was so mad. It was supposed to be... No, Nyx 2 wasn't Venusian. Yeah, Nyx 2 is Venusian. Nyx 1 is semi-Venusian. Nyx 1 is being terraformed, but it has some of the elements of Venusian planets, and it being terraformed means that they might be able to terraform Venusian worlds. And they even said that in the fiction. And if CIG's writers are saying that, it means they're going to put a Venusian planet that it was a Venusian planet in lore that is terraformed. Probably even Venus itself. That's been one of those things that, like, a lot of folks in like the community have told the writers is like, Venus is not as hard to terraform. If you can terraform Mars, you can terraform anything. Like, the problem with Venus is its atmosphere. And if you can change the atmosphere of Mars, you can change the atmosphere of Venus. The reason why they did so, I have no idea why. I know, like, the reason they had the rule of no AI in the Star Citizen universe is because Chris Roberts hates automated systems. He wants everything to be more physical, to be like a reason for people to be doing things manually rather than automated. And so that's where he wanted to, like, write a justification in there. I don't know why they hate Venus. I'm also biased as fuck because, like, I love the idea of a terraformed Venus. That sounds cool as fuck. Yeah, Mars has no magnetosphere. Venus does. Venus is the size of Earth. And it's in a general location where you could, as long as you got rid of all of the toxic atmosphere, could possibly cool it off and turn it into a habitable world. A performance question. Will the game ever be optimized for 16 gigabytes of RAM because of recent shortages? You can play it on 16 gigabytes of RAM. It is minimum requirements of 16 gigabytes of RAM. Will it be optimized for it? I don't know. But you can play it on 16 gigs. That is still the minimum requirements. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. If you're talking about VRAM, it's recommended. It's similarly recommended. I feel like every body should be terraformed, and Soul probably is. It could be terraformed, yeah. Apart from the underclass that never afforded the costs of off-world migration, as I believe Earth is still somewhat overpopulated in the resource poor. No, as far as I can tell, it's not really overpopulated anymore. Like, the people who are poor who are on Earth are working for the government or some services that support the government. You can think of Earth as kind of like Washington, D.C. Not really like London. It's more like D.C. or like Brasilia. There's lots of like places where you have a capital city that serves, its job is to serve as a capital city. It was built as the capital city, and it has some like cultural centers around it and maybe some museums, but it's really like you only go there because it's the capital. And the people who live there because they have to support the capital. Just because it's a place where all the politicians meet doesn't mean you don't need a fucking pizza place. Doesn't mean the aides don't go out for pizza. So you need someone to run the fucking pizza shops, which means you need someone to run flower shops and clean the streets and keep the lights on, that kind of thing. Basically, Earth is the capital city, and so the people who live on Earth are all there to support the capital. Even if you could alter the atmosphere of Venus, you have to have a problem with its higher gravity to overcome. It has higher gravity? I thought it was the same size as Earth. That doesn't make any sense for it to have higher gravity. It's just more dense. Let me look it up. What is the gravity of Venus? It's actually less gravity. According to this, it's 90% of gravity here on Earth. Which means if you were to weigh 100 kilos on Earth, you weigh 90 kilos on Venus. Hey, fool. I wonder if the new terraforming Nyx planet won't tie into terraforming Venus. That would have been major impacts for the Geon too. Yeah. Thanks, Paul. I didn't realize that in lore terms, Earth has solved much of its overcrowding. It did by exporting it. Effectively, there are lots of programs in the UNE and then the UPE and the UEE to encourage settlement outside of Earth. They hired RSI to do it. Like a lot of the companies were doing it as well because they wanted to sell equipment. So many companies began to promote off-world colonization as a ways of making money for themselves. So they would offer cheap trips because then once that person is out there and settled in the atmosphere, in like say, let's just say Nyx 1, you gotta get your shit from somewhere. And who's gonna have the shit to keep you alive in a foreign environment? RSI, Clark Defense Systems, Kruger, Drake. So they will give you free or reduced tickets and some equipment to go set up a nice little homestead somewhere. But then you gotta pay. Once you've got your set up, you're fucked. I can give you the link. This is just an article that I found. Because I thought Venus, like Mercury is weird. Mercury is weird as fuck. Mercury has some insane mass. It is small as shit, but it is dense. We don't know why it's so dense. I think it's like... Okay, so it actually has even lighter gravity. It's only 38% of Earth's gravity. It's the second densest planet in the solar system. Yeah, behind Earth. Earth is the densest planet in the solar system. It should be, because humans live on it. Yeah, so for those of you, I swear to God, I'm just gonna end up bringing it up because it comes up in my brain a lot, pretty much every office hours. I'm writing a book. Been writing a book for the last year or so, and one of the tenets of the book is that Venus has been terraformed. And so I did a lot of research on Venus, and I was like, one of the things that was cool is that it's basically the same size as Earth. It's slightly smaller than Earth, but not that much, and it's got a lot of the same composition as Earth. And it's could be in the habitable zone. It's just had runaway greenhouse effect, which has caused a lot of problems. Question, will we ever get radio stations that can play music on a ship? Man, I fucking hope so. I seriously hope so. Give me a series of radio stations like GTA or Fallout, man. But they talked about some of that possibly happening, so. I watch Isaac Arthur. I do. I love Isaac Arthur. You got to get through his lisp.
You can take away my spaceship.
But he's great.
Space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never
ever
take away my space game.
That's a presentation.
Abruthana Medana, just resubscribed for 28 months. We need better ways to listen to news broadcasts in-game.
100%. Thank you so much there, Anansi. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I fear if CIG did the radio stations would be AI slop. I hope not. I think CIG is smart enough to not do AI slop. I know a lot of people who work at CIG in high positions, well, high-ish positions, who have the opinion of fuck AI. So I imagine any sort of like discussion outside of what they already have done with like traditional AI models they built, not the slop AI stuff that they've been doing, been happening recently. Like they would probably quit, you know. Yeah. Now, like I know a couple people on the ship team are very anti-AI. The most I can say is that there's a couple of people who are AI curious. I know some people who work on the network team who've used AI. In fact, have coded video games using AI. But it was more of a, I make video games for a living, and I wanted to see if I could do this idea I've always wanted to do, and I could with a game I built with my own. I built his own. Not me. This guy built his own engine using AI to help make a game he wants to make, and has been like refining it. But again, this is a guy who has active experience in making video games and is probably using it to automate some of the stuff that he doesn't know how to do, or the stuff that he didn't want to have to play with. Return of Raftron. Well, no, Raftron's been my background for 6 years. Whenever Raftron came out, I put him as the background. He's still there. He's in my regular background. I can't not put the closest thing we have to Mecha in Star Citizen as my background. Why is it that in every sci-fi nobody colonizes Pluto? Because is it because ice is so valuable? Pluto is just very far away. Like to put it in context, Pluto, even if you had like close to the speed of light to get to Pluto, it would still take like months of travel to get to Pluto. Like, I did the calculations at one point, like to get to Pluto at like 1/10 the speed of light, it takes like a year, close to it, to get there and back, like 6 months. And that's at like a 10% the speed of light. And at that same speed, it's like 2 weeks to get to Mars and back from Earth. As I go from Earth to Pluto, it's fucking long. Because like it is so far out. Ceres is major asteroids in game. I could see it, because similar to what they did with Levski. I could see it. I think you got the decimal point wrong somewhere, possibly. So it's because of logistics. Generally, it's also up until recently we didn't know what the fuck Pluto looked like. It was just a ball of ice. Okay, so it is a little bit less. At 1.1 C, it would take 2 days to reach Pluto. But that's not slowing down. I'm looking at a thread that someone did on Reddit for this. Someone's saying it would take about 35 Earth days to get there, to get there slowing down. So that's about a month travel from Earth. To give you context, 0.2c is the speed at which we travel in Star Citizen. It depends on the acceleration you're doing. Yeah, because you're not going to go at a constant speed. You don't start at 0.1c. You have to get up to 0.1c, and then you have to maintain that for a certain amount of time, and then you have to flip and slow down, and then in the process of slowing down, you have to, it's a process that's take place. So what I'm looking at here is There's one thing I'll give Elite Dangerous. All the star systems I visit, and none of them really show you the true scale. And going to Sol and flying from Earth to any other planet is forever compared to the generated systems, because the systems are generated mostly as a gameplay spaces. It has 5 moons. I thought it only had 1. And moon is in big quotation marks. It has a twin. Yeah, you said earlier about Thea. Thea's interesting. Those of you who don't know, the theory based off of what we know, and especially based off of the Apollo missions that we were able to bring back, is that Earth is actually the product of 2 planets smashing into each other. The second planet, which was about the same size as Mars, smashed into us, and then that collision created the Earth. Or created the moon. The second planet is called Thea, or the theoretical planet is called Thea. Nibiru. Nibiru is different. That's the 10th planet. And funny enough, there are physicists who are in the process of trying to find the 10th planet. The 9th planet, really, because the 10th planet doesn't really... The 9th planet, Pluto doesn't count as the 9th planet anymore, but like an actual 9th planet that's hidden from us. Because all of our calculation says that something is fucking happening. There should be 9 planets, based off of what we understand, in terms of gravitational changes. I don't know the full science behind it, but they've been looking for something that's either causing it or a planet. The easiest answer is a planet, so they're going off of the planet, and there are some people who are trying to figure out where that planet is. He's talking about the Anunnaki. That's what knowledge is talking about. Nibiru is a famous... for those of you who don't know, I am fascinated by conspiracy theories, and I love that universe. I see it as kind of like kind of like the SCP Foundation, sort of this collective story that's been created on its own mythos as it is. And knowledge is a member of that community. So he comes up and talks a little bit about this stuff sometimes, which is always neat. Who says that Pluto's not a planet? Who is in business of telling? I mean, I'm with you. I'm a Pluto planeter. Calling a planet the 10th planet, you love Pluto. I do love Pluto. I fucking love it. Pluto is just an equal opportunity planet. It has multiple moons which are just like at about the same size as it, and it's still good. I understand why they demoted Pluto, but I also think that scientists make fucking awful rhetoricians and awful marketers, because like a lot of people don't understand why they made the decision, because even if you talk to the people who made that decisions, they go, it's still a planet, it's just a different type of planet. And people then, but you demoted it from being a planet to a dwarf planet. That's like calling someone who's short a midget, you know, like it's an offensive term. Like you went from saying, well, it's small, and then you just like, oh, no, it's not small. It's a slur. Like, what? Yeah, we're bad at marketing. We're bad at running down for people. Now we need to be dedicated scientists learning PR. I just think that scientists need to have scientists who are more social be the ones who talk. Could someone please stop Neil deGrasse Tyson from talking sometimes? The man doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. He's a classic nerd in that he doesn't read the signals of being like, bro, shut up. Stop talking, please. The hollow moon theory. I've heard that one too. The moon is a spaceship. I think he's a fantastic science communicator, especially when he's in a scripted show where he can sit down and talk to people because he can talk to people one-on-one. He's a good lecturer. I imagine he would be a fantastic professor to have in terms of if you're an academic dealing with that, especially if you're like a young academic and you're starting your career. There's a reason why he was the protege of Sagan. Like he worked with Sagan. It makes sense. Like he has the very similar speech style and stuff like that. It's a little bit more different because I think he's from New York. So he's a little bit more stuff. Wasn't the moon an egg in an episode of Doctor Who? It was. But there's a conspiracy theory that the moon is actually hollow because it was a spaceship. It was built as a spaceship that brought us and life to Earth and seeded Earth, and the left the generation ship or the massive ship in orbit, and over time it collected dirt and debris and got attacked because it's so big that it became the moon as we see it. There's a movie where the moon was a Dyson sphere. That's the Moonfall movie, I think. Yeah, that's where like fucking Roland Emmerich gets all of his ideas from conspiracy theorists. All of his big disaster movies are just like ripping off of all of the popular conspiracy theories at the time. The day after tomorrow was just the magnetic inversion theory that people were talking about. No, it was 2012. 2012. The movie 2012 was in magnetic inversion theory. Famously Independence Day. Because I'm not going to talk extensively about conspiracy theories. Like I don't want to talk about politics knowledge. I'll mention it because I think it's fascinating, and I love listening to podcasts about that kind of stuff and that sort of thing. But it's more of a passing phase compared to Star Citizen and like gaming and such. It's the reason why I don't pull up like a lot of gaming content and talk about other games. I love Iron Sky is a lot better than it gets credit for. I'll be your cohort on Art Bell Hours. Man, what's your thought on George Nory? This is how I'm going to judge you, knowledge. How do you feel about George Nory? Y'all see that cheater video posted in IC? IC in character? What are you talking about? George Knapp? No. Nory. I thought his name was George Nory. The guy who took over from Art Bell. Knapp is like an actual. Yeah, George Nory. He's the current host of Coast to Coast. Oh, I fell off after I rapped on Bell as a teenager. Yeah, Nory, I want to call him a CO, but I don't know if that's the right term. My boss, when I was a security guard, who was in the military. A lot of people I worked with as a security guard were ex-military or like guardsmen. And I worked midnight shifts. I used to listen to Coast, and so he'd show up every so often to check in. And when we would patrol, we talk about Coast to Coast because he loved listening to Coast. And his famous nickname for George Nory was George Snorri. I'm like, yeah, dude's kind of boring compared to Art Bell. Sorry, I'm not gonna get into the crazy stuff. Javelin, I don't know if it'll come. If it comes, it'll be coming because of Squadron. But you got to remember about the Javelin is that the Javelin itself is not completed in Squadron. Only portions of the Javelin which you need to travel through for that first mission are completed. I don't know if they have the rest of the Javelin done. Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. I also love that too, but no. Dude posted it in an issue council to show others, but reported it accordingly, he said. Okay. I might do this. I don't know, man. I'm already overworked. I'd love to do something like that. I'd love to talk conspiracy. I'd love to be the straight man in a group of people talking about conspiracies, because I already do that all the time. When I like, me and my wife will watch like ghost videos, and I'll be like, it's just this. It's just the wind, you know, or it's fake, you know. Doesn't mean I don't think ghosts are cool and interesting to look at, nor all the conspiracy theories, especially the fun ones. But like the conspiracy theory that actually inspired Stranger Things, which I'm surprised no one knew about until like two or three seasons into Stranger Things, that they actually admit that they originally pitched Stranger Things as a Montauk story. Because, I mean, you could tell from like season 2 on that it was definitely inspired by Montauk. 50 subs says the Ranger is coming before the Javelin. I almost couldn't guarantee that. Ranger probably requires less work than the Javelin. My usual conspiracy podcast is Chilluminati. They have a straight man and a crazy man and someone constantly high. Oh, my wife listens to one that's really good. Freaky Deaky. The Freaky Deaky podcast, I think it's called. It's Alaska based, but it's like this guy and his son-in-law. And his son-in-law is like the crazy conspiracy theorist, and the guy is like a burned out old hippie. So it's like this guy and his son-in-law are talking. Like his son-in-law's like, "I'm telling you, man, it's aliens," and the hippie is like, "No, it's not. But the government is out to get you." You know. Oh no, George Knapp is great. Like George Knapp scares the shit out of me. For those of you who don't know who George Knapp is, if you live in Vegas, you know who George Knapp is. He's a legitimate investigative journalist. Like the dude is good at what he does. He just fell into Area 51. He's the guy who exposed Bob Lazar. He's the guy who actually broke the Bob Lazar story. He's so good at his job that I 100% believe that he knows people who worked at Area 51. Like, I mean, lots of people who work at Area 51 lived in Vegas, so he probably wasn't too difficult to find these people. One of my favorite stories about that is Bob Lazar talked about how you got into the facilities at Area 51 was through a bone scanning device, a device that you put down and it would scan the bones in your hand to determine if you were who you were. And when he talked about it in the 90s, people were like, that's science fiction bullshit. And then 10 years later, Freedom of Information Act came out, and it fucking existed at Area 51, a legitimate bone scanning device. And people were like, holy fuck. Because like Knapp was talking about how like he put Lazar under a lie detector test, and he didn't ask him where the bodies were. He was like, I know people who worked at Area 51. He's like, what was in the cafeteria? Like what was in what was the cafeteria? What were the colors of the walls? What was the vending machine like? Like he was asking like mundane shit that you would know if you work at an office. And he nailed all of those questions. So it's like, it's clear Lazar worked at Area 51 at some point. Sorry, I'm going to get back into the other stuff. But yeah, he was... Yeah, we'll get into the other things. The thing that I love about Lazar's story, it's the same reason why I like crazy stories in Star Citizen. It's like, because Bob Lazar is a fascinating dude. Like, the dude is just absolutely cool. For those of you who don't know, Bob Lazar got his start making rocket cars. Why? Because they were cool. So he was a Nevada native, and he would take cars out into the salt flats, and he would build these cars to try to break the world record. And he would do some crazy things with the jet engines and rockets to try to get faster and faster. And that's why I 100% believe that he was hired to do some crazy shit, because the way he describes it, having family members who work in the government, like in this sort of, that sort of like, not alien bodies, but like work with government contractors and stuff like that. They describe very similarly that sometimes you just don't know what the fuck you're doing. So you just hire somebody who just thinks outside the box to try to get something done. And they're like, this guy is an engineer. He's crazy. He's got some cool ideas. Let's bring him in and see if we can't solve this problem. Because the story of Bob Lazar is basically like the government hit a wall on something they didn't know. They brought him in to help them figure out something. And Bob Lazar was told it was aliens. And he's just like, really? And they're like, yeah. And it's like, okay. And then like within a couple of days, some of the superiors figured out what the fuck was happening. And were like, this dude's going to talk. And they fucking kicked him out. All right. Sorry. Another reasons why I like that is the same reason why I like all of the conspiracy shit in Star Citizen. Because like the real fascinating thing about Area 51 and that whole area is all of the fucking crazy technology that American engineers can get up to. Like the space planes, the experimental aircraft, like all of the shit that is like new now was tested like 20 years ago at Area 51. And if you talk to the people who actually have been to those, like who actually religiously watch that, they're amazing, like aircraft spotters. They know the differences of aircraft based off their contrails. Like they're really good. Like they're all aviation nuts, basically. Yeah, they're like aliens, but they're really there to see like what crazy kooky shit is they're coming up with it today. I didn't need to do one. I did sort of one. I did a couple of them. Like recently. This is just one of those. I'll leave it off on this because I'm getting too sidetracked. But recently, Nap talked about actually did an expose on this. They fucking crashed an AI drone. They've been testing a drone powered by AI at Area 51. They fucking crashed that shit, and it was crashed along a ranch road where a dude was just driving by and was like, just suddenly the Air Force was there with guns, like get the fuck out. And so it was pretty clear, like, because they didn't clean up the site enough, so people went there afterwards and coded the entire thing. It's like, God, this is a drone. This shit is like a drone. And they're like, it's probably an AI-powered drone, because that's the kind of shit they've been doing recently, so. my best conspiracy theory is Rudo is Kalos Costigan. Yes. Yeah. Is there a new Lazar doc coming out? It's cool. Yeah, the Wingman drone. I forgot about those. A little bit more of a like aerospace stuff. There's lots of interesting ideas of what they're doing with AI. Are the other actual aliens in the Star Citizen universe? Because we've never seen them face to face. Yes, we have. You've seen Wicklow. Not face to face, but over comms. He just doesn't have anything but a face and a body. So we would check Discord. I'm gonna check Discord. Greetings from me and my new friend, Mandy, the Vandy. Oh, the Vanduul. Yeah, because you actually can see the Vanduul face to face in Star Citizen. You can see a body, or you can actually go kill them. If you kill the Vanduul ships, you can actually see the Vanduul, the dead Vanduul inside. The reason they were that quickly, they were that quickly, is probably due to the drone being part of the F-47 AI drone net. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense too. Yeah, I saw an interesting video on the because they did a big summit recently in NATO, and they talked about the new plans for defending the Baltics, and it's fucking insane. And then I heard about what they're doing in Ukraine. I'm like, okay, it's not as insane. The idea is basically to create a robot line, a line of defenses that's just purely automated. It's like shit out of fucking Terminator, what they want to do with that thing. And then they want to make like anti-tank defenses, and then they want to put an actual defense line, a traditional defense line. So if the Russians get past, the Russians approach, they're only going to have to deal with automated defenses, and then they have to get through those defenses, and then they have to get through a tank fest, tank mines, and tank stuff. So yeah, that's basically what's on the Korean DMC. Only like with modern AI systems, no humans. We stole that out of a stinger, and bending it makes it T-pose. You want me? Can I show it, Noodly? I'll show that. Here you go, chat. There you go. Vanduul inverse. Yes, you did. I don't know. That seems about 9 foot if you look at it from this perspective. I think it's because if they stand up fully, like, because right, this one's sort of bent. If they stand up fully, they'd probably be 9 feet. But you can see that because they've got that plantigrade leg. I can show the other one. Like the kind of the way it kind of bends down. So the thing is that the character is 6 foot. Your character is exactly 6 foot. And he's like at least 2 to 3 feet taller. Don't they size up as they age too? Just like humans, yeah. Probably tastes good All right, with some salt, lemon juice, and chilies. I don't know. That seems like a lot of skin and bones. Digigrade, thank you. I forgot the term, so. It's into clip. Okay. This is from Tom Beckhauser.
All right, stand to his right, like me. So it looks like he has his arm around you. So it looks like he has his arm around you, just like me. Yeah, like that, like that, like that. Yeah. Oh no! Wait. Move your foot so you're not standing on his foot. You're standing on his foot. Wait, this is perfect. This is perfect. Oh no!
That is great. I'll give you a link. I'll give you the link so you can all watch it. Go send him a follow. By the time the UE, all humans have been descended from genetically engineered stock. Not necessarily genetically engineered, but humans are effectively genetically perfect in the sense that they don't really have a lot of issues. That doesn't mean that all humans don't, especially since we know that the Hurstons have died of like preventable diseases. Like cancer is still common enough that like people in very high positions can get it. So there's still some mutations. I am assuming that that probably has more to do with less natural occurring cancer and more like if you're around a lot of toxic chemicals or exposed to radiation, high levels of radiation, you're probably going to increase that chance. Yeah, space travel is very radioactive. And we know that exposure to chemicals can increase, and daily life activities can increase the chances of cancer. But like effectively, most genetic diseases have been wiped out because like you can screen for them and you can actually cure them in utero in the Star Citizen universe. Like it's pretty similar. It's to the point where there is actually movements inside the human cultures to ugly yourself. So like perfection is too easy, so people will go out of their way to make themselves distinct. Kind of like how like a lot of my wife has been watching this video series on like women who are like female beauty standards, and like one of the things that constantly comes up in her videos is that women today are too obsessed with the standard stock beautiful influencer sort of look and are not embracing their genetic heritage as much. And then one of the things that she showed off, because my wife showed me the video, is that like a lot of models are actually chosen these days not because of how flawless they look, but because of their flaws. And that's sort of the movement inside the UEE. It's like maybe your forehead's just a little bit too big, your eyebrows are a little too thick. your eyes maybe just a little off kilter, you know, like, so people are just doing little things to make themselves more unique so that they can stand out. Scarification, similar to scarification, but you don't have to scarify yourself in the Star Citizen universe. There's cheap outpatient surgery with Project Calliope. Project Calliope, the Calliope system you can change someone's appearances in an afternoon, down to their genetic makeup. It's crazy what this thing can do. It's the thing that allows for regenerations to happen. So people will stand out again, not be perfectly symmetrical in features, yeah. So in Star Citizen version of the sci-fi movie Gattaca, kind of only humanity's already been through that. You got to remember that the distances of space travel are so large that, especially in the early days of human colonization, that there are many parts of Sol which have unique cultures which are unique from any other parts of the universe, simply because places like Neptune have a large number of Texans. Because a lot of Americans went to Neptune, to the moons of Neptune. A lot of the Americans, some Australians, and some British, but it's very like Southern American. Now you've aged horribly since I saw you last year. I did Infernos. I don't know. That sounds physically impossible. Wibbly wobbly science magic. Renamon, what you're saying is taken from Dr. Yorit, and I would take anything that Dr. Yorit says with a grain of, not a grain, with a lot of skepticism, because Dr. Yorit is also fundamentally insane. Oh, let me pull it up. The only reason why we know about this is because of this audio. This is official Star Citizen audio posted on June 28th, 2013. Okay? This is from the crew of the Goodman. The loss of the crew of the Goodman, where we found the first jump point in humanity. The jump point from Earth, or from Sol to Croshaw. It's around it was found around Neptune's moon of Nesso. This is the audio that comes from it, okay?
Beginning archive playback.
Copy that. Adjusting course 278.
Y'all got it sorted out?
I think so. Gave us a bit of a scare, but I think we're okay.
How's it looking? We're back on track? You guys good? Back send to tow.
No, we got engines back up. And nav's online. Huh? What the hell is that? Hey, Pete, do you see...
What do you think, chat? Where do you think those guys are from? You gotta remember, this was 2262. Humanity discovered quantum drive in 2090, I want to say, like at the very end of the 21st century. This is almost 200 years after the discovery of the quantum drive. We didn't discover our first jump point until almost 200 years after we first used quantum jumps. humanity spread the fuck out of this whole system. Surely from Jamaica. I do really want Soul in this game, even if the systems currently are too far to travel between. I'll add it eventually. 2013, back when they had American voice actors. Back when they had an office in Austin and a bunch of people who could do voice work. I know that Dr. Yurt is insane, but it is true that the regen tech we use came from the Vanduul. And they got it from God knows who, and they've never iterated on it because they did not invent it. It's true. I think before the jump point, it took like 5 to 10 years before the nearest system. Try 40 to 50. And it was a one-way trip because you couldn't make it back. The first Chariot class starship, the Artemis, was going to a planet that was 200 light years away. We'll see where CIG goes with Yort in the regen story. I don't think this is the last we've heard of Yort. The voice actor is a great voice actor, and I'd love to have him come back. And he plays a character that's very interesting. I think we'll still see more of Yort. I imagine, though, we won't see more of Yort until probably we get more Vanduul stuff. Don't be so hasty there, Lemming. The disappearance of the Artemis was blamed on its AI Janus, and it's one of the reasons why AI isn't working, isn't allowed in Star Citizen anymore. Question: how is it physically possible to jump from one solar system to another without the use of a jump gate? That doesn't make any sense. It's not a jump; it's a travel. You just basically spool up your quantum drive and then push it to maximum speed, and then wait until you get there. Did those colony ships have? Nope. Those were primitive quantum drives. They're advanced for their time, but at most they were 0.2C. Max speed 0.2C. So again, you're looking at hundreds of years of travel. Now, they also did have stasis technology back then, so you could put yourself in suspended animation for eternity as long as you had power. That doesn't make scientific sense. We can travel at significant portions of sea now with the technology we have, and it would take hundreds of years of travel. You would turn your ship around. Once you get about halfway there, you either slow down or you stop pushing. You stop pushing, so you're not like accelerating, and then you spin. And then you stop the spin while you're going straight, and then you turn on your drive again. We might be able to reach 3 to 5% C with our current tech. I thought it was closer to 1. I think like the theoretical maximum of Project Orion was like 10% the speed of light. That was be like it going, it having more nuclear weapons on board than existed and have ever existed. Question, Lieutenant Fool. How did the Apollo program slow down? The Apollo mission slow down because they burned towards the moon. They'd have to slow down before they hit the moon. How did they do that? They flipped and burned. Same principle. every single thing I've read about on traveling at a significant portion of C in terms of traveling between star systems has talked about the flip and slow down, a flip and burn. But we do not do that in the video game. Are you talking about in Star Citizen? The reason why we slow down is because we're in a warp bubble. For Quantum, the Quantum engine is omnidirectional because it's not an engine. It's a Alcubierre drive. Again, that doesn't make scientific sense. Quantinium has negative mass, man. We don't have anything that has negative mass. As far as I know, with Alcubierre drive, you don't have to decelerate it. Because, like, theoretically, Alcubierre drive could exist. It just requires so much power that it requires more power than, like, the mass of Jupiter. That is also true. This is a game with tree aliens. Why are you thinking in terms of scientific sense? This is a space game where people zip across the star systems in matters of minutes, but still engage in World War II dogfighting. Ironically, I think that there's no narrative loop. There's no narrative chain breaking with that concept. If you have the ability to hyper specifically jump between one point and another in a matter of like a minute, then firing a missile at a long range would be pointless. By the time you engaged a lock and fired, someone could be across a star system. And the only way you'd be able to do that is by adding a quantum drive to your missile. And at that point, you're putting the cost of a quantum drive onto a missile. But by that logic, we can do anything. We can respawn, just resurrect ourselves. I mean, where's the real laws of science in Star Citizen? All it matters is that it's internally logical, man. Fool is also trying to get my goat because the Fool is absolutely trying to figure out a way to piss me off. He's been trying to do it since he came in saying, talk about about why you love the Redeemer. So this is the same guy. So it's hard to tell if he's just trying to fuck with me or if he's quite honest about it. Because I always like to, whenever someone brings up that Star Citizen isn't like scientifically accurate, I go, neither is the Expanse, but it doesn't stop people from believing the Expanse. The Expanse makes no goddamn sense. A magical space creature with gravity-defying and physics-defying properties is sent to Earth, and then it opens up a magical gateway portal that takes you anywhere you want to. And you travel using a device that is just a really efficient fusion drive, which we don't have in the real world and don't know how it exists. Also, yeah, the concept of fundamentally the concept of Siri Station makes no goddamn sense. If you asteroids are not solid rock, they're rubble, they're refuse. So if you tried to build something inside of an asteroid and spin it, the entire asteroid would fall apart. But then why is it I have to load my cargo one SU box at a time, explaining that logic to me? That's what the fuck are you talking about? Full. Does the concept of packing doesn't damn 43 stream of illogical packing not make sense to you? That happens here today. Do you know how many things are packaged way too like overly packaged, like a tiny thing with a gigantic box? Maybe not great gameplay, but gameplay. Yeah. Gameplay is the answer, but it's like, it's not illogical to see that. Star Citizen is realistic within its own universe. That's really the thing that's important when it comes to storytelling, in my opinion. It's not really, is it realistic? Does it make sense within the universe it's created? That's where people get mad, is where internal consistency inside its own inside a story's own structure is where people get pissed off. Like the Holdo maneuver from Star Wars episode, was it 8? Like, if you could do this, why haven't people built this before? Like what why is this it looks cool, but like logically it doesn't, and I like it feels cool, good, but logically it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not realistic. It's cinematically coherent at best. Yeah. And that's because it was created by a filmmaker who was important, who to them, the importance of coherence wasn't the issue. The importance was aestheticism. Just look good. And that's fine, as long as it's there to look good. But especially in a universe like Star Wars, that people put a lot of like personal investment into the story and universe, that makes them feel like they're being slapped, because they're like, I spent all this time caring about this universe that I put a lot of emphasis into, and then you just make shit up on the on main. You just get horny on main and ruin my opinion of you, you know. Rihanna's about aesthetics. Love it or hate that it looked good. Yeah, no, I like Rihanna. I actually liked that story because the themes were good. But again, I'm not a Star Wars fan. My wife is. I enjoy Star Wars, but I'm not a huge fan. Then why is it in Star Citizen? Because CIG wants to make you pick up things in singular boxes. We all tread the neutral ground. Stargate, yes. Shame on you for not being a Star Wars fan. Shame on you. I like Star Wars, but I wouldn't consider myself a Star Wars fan. I've watched pretty much every Star Wars that is there in terms of stuff. Not a lot of the niche stuff. Like I didn't see a lot of the cartoons. I've seen some of the cartoons, not all of them. Like I've seen most of Clone Wars. I've seen most of like Rebels. I've seen all of the movies at least once. Even Solo. Fallout's good. I like Fallout. I have seen the holiday special, yes. I think I had read or heard that wormholes are one way, so both ends flow inwards and terminate somewhere in the middle and come out on the other side. The fantasy parties, Paul, Berserker 01 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bartender in the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and get a good one for you. Good timing. We're talking about science fiction and Star Citizen's like storyline. Talking about how the issue with most storylines when it comes to like telling a story in science fiction, same thing with fantasy, is the internal inconsistencies rather than the external inconsistencies. A story doesn't have to make sense to be in a hard science fiction standpoint. The Expanse has lots of just whatever the fuck that the plot needs to happen, rather than actual hard science fiction. But no one notices it because it's told in such a hard science fiction wrapper that it's easy to forget. One of my favorite examples of that is Gundam. I preach it all the time, but Gundam is one of the most realistic attempts at space exploration storytelling in terms of hard science fiction ever. They even use the fact that the human body is uniquely suited for maneuvering in space as an excuse for why they have giant robots in space. Paul, do you think Amazon survived far enough in the future it would be in the verse? We actually do have an Amazon equivalent in the universe. It's called Voyager Direct. Let's hear it for 08 MS Team. I love that. It's my favorite Gundam. But like, yeah, if you want to see a really good example of hard science fiction, watch Char's Counterattack. Char's Counterattack, they went so far in the details that the warships have radiators. I shit you not. All of the spaceships in Gundams and the Gundam Char's Counterattack movie have radiators. Like actual honest to God, like working radiators. They would actually function in space. All of the space colonies are based off of an actual work of, I forget the first name of the guy, but it's O'Neill, who worked alongside Dyson, similar around the same time. But at the time that Gundam was made, it was cutting edge science about how you would have people live in space. And Tezima, I think is his name. The creator of Gundam was an aerospace fanatic. He loved space and aviation, and so was like ravenous for this sort of thing. Thor really liked O'Neill. Yeah. We gotta remember, like the first Gundam was like 1978, 1979. So like when Gundam was made, the O'Neill cylinder was brand new. Like it had only been theorized within the decade of Gundam creation. I blame Gundam for my obsession with hard science fiction with nonsense. Because the thing about Gundam is that like the aesthetics are clean and nice. It takes a lot of time and effort to really try to display space as a very hostile environment to live in. And then you've got giant robots fighting in space and fucking psychics. There's just psychics that exist in space piloting giant robots. Set aside this like very grounded political universe that's based off of space racism and colonialism, and is heavily like lots of heavy influences of like World War II, especially stuff that happened in Japan, World War II. It's like it's really well done, like world building, because Gundam is just known for that. But also with like Age of Aquarius shit. Psychers piloting mechas? What would the God Emperor say? Where do you think they stole that idea from? I love 40K, but 40K is just a laundry list of theft, IP theft that was smuggled in as smuggled into its own science fiction universe. .40K is appropriately English in that way. Yeah, they have actual fucking lightsabers. Like, it's insane. Like, it's super, super grounded until you get to the robots, and the robots are just like, fuck it, we ball. We just going for cool shit in this point. I fucking love it. It's so great. Wasn't Patlabor by Tezima as well? Like, wasn't that also the Gundam creators? Which was a more grounded look at what giant robots would be like. For those of you who don't know what Patlabor is about, it's the idea is that in the future we develop giant robots for construction purposes. So basically, robots were designed to work on mega structures and other things like that. So we could pilot these robots, but they're industry robots. But the problem about industry robots is the difference between an industry robot and a killing robot is the operator. Anyone can take a bulldozer and turn it into a death machine. See, Killdozer. The difference between a significantly armored bulldozer and a tank is simply the amount of armor and the engine you use, and you put a gun to the damn thing. But fundamentally, they're very similar. So the concept of Patlabor is that in a universe where robots are essential for industrial purposes, you need something that can stop a robot from going haywire. And so they created a robot police force. So Patlabor is about robot mecha pilots piloting robot cops to stop crime. Never quite saw the appeal of Gundam or similar battle mech genres. The appeal for me has always been if you like military equipment, if you think the F-16 or the F-15 is fucking rad, you look at the F-18 and go, fuck yeah. Have you ever looked at I'm trying to think of a good Russian tank which just looks really cool. The T-32, T-38, I think. Just looks fucking sweet, you know? And went, yeah. The same thing that would make you want to like look at planes and go, that looks sick as shit. It's like that, but combined with sort of like a superhero aesthetic. It's like, what if, flying a fighter jet was as awesome as it actually sounds, and not just mostly flying around. Gundam is also about the horrors of war. That's the thing. That's the secret about Gundam, is that Gundam took the concept of giant robo cool shit and turned it into what would actually happen if you gave a bunch of teenagers giant robots to fight in a war. Fighter is just flying straight line for many hours and return to base. Now, don't get me wrong. Pilots are a different breed because a lot of pilots love that. The idea of flying through the air and being able to control your plane as you're moving and seeing the world from a completely different perspective. They're built differently. People who like that kind of stuff. But your average person is just sort of gonna you know, like in a plane. You just sit there. Gundam and Ace Combat have a lot of crossovers. Star Citizen, like Wing Commander, is that concept in a nutshell. Squadron 42 is that idea. It's like, what if being a fighter pilot was as rad as the movies thought you said it was? That's why there's a lot of crossover between fans who like mecha genre and games like Star Citizen, because you're basically a superhero. You mean you don't get the appeal? I never said I dislike them. That only that I do get them or don't get them. And I admit I have aversion to Transformers, which I do dislike, but not passionate. The robots aren't really big robots aren't always everyone's flavor. What series of Gundam would I recommend? My favorite Gundam is 08 MS Team. I feel it's the most grounded take. If you like a game like Squadron 42, you'd like Gundam 08 MS Team, because it's Gundam Vietnam. It's very down to earth. Most Gundam series follow teenage and protagonists who are like thrust, the role of pilot has been thrust upon them, and they have to grow up in these horrible conditions, and the world is a bunch of twisting sides that are all trying to pull these people left and right, and because they're like basically weapons of war. The 08 MS Team is about a bunch of honest to God soldiers, just soldiers fighting a battle, stuck in a battle they don't really understand, in a war they think is pointless, trying to survive, just doing their missions and trying to survive. And their leader isn't some reckless teenager. He's a fresh-faced green lieutenant who just came out of the academy. So he's like idealistic, and the war fucking beats that idealism out of him super hard. But he's talented. He's good at what he does. He's just, and he does whatever he can to survive, but he starts losing his gusto for fighting in the war, sort of thing. It is the most anti-war Gundam of the Gundams. You got to be careful there, fool. As far as I can tell, Luna Maria is still in chat. You can't say bad shit about Gundam Seed without Luna Maria coming out and eating you, because that is her favorite Gundam. But the Gundam Seed would probably be the most approachable. Speaking of Gundam Seed, Gundam Seed is the most approachable one because it's the most modern one in terms of, if you like anime. It's the most anime of Gundam. Because Gundam is its own genre. Like, it's kind of like, they're not like, what am I trying to say? What's his name? I feel so bad for forgetting this guy's name. He's a great director. Quentin Tarantino. They're kind of like how Quentin Tarantino films are just their own genre. Like, they don't really fall into, they have their own, they're all written in genres, but Quentin Tarantino has written a bunch of different films, but they're all Tarantino films. There's lots of like auteurs like that. Gundam is its own genre, separate from even Mecha anime. Iron-Blooded Orphans is a good one, but only if you want depression. If you watch Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, you want depression. It is depression, the anime. It is the most deep. It's a story about child soldiers. and it doesn't get better from that. It only gets worse. It is a story about literal child soldiers inspired by the child soldiers of of wars in the 20th century, late 20th or 21st century, in places like Africa that heavily utilizes child soldiers. It is that dark. Seed is more Wing than Gundam original. Seed is Wing and Seed. So the Universal Century Gundam, the original Gundam, Wing Gundam, and Seed are all the same stories. But Seed and the Universal Century Gundam are the closest to being the same story. Seed is basically a retelling of the original Gundam series, but with a lot more teen romance drama added to it. There's a lot more interpersonal drama in Seed than there ever was in the original Gundam. Because the way that the way that things were solved in the original Gundam series was whenever the main character is being depressed because he's being worked to the bone because he's the only person who can operate the Gundam, someone comes in and fucking slaps his ass and says, "Stop being a bitch and get back in the fucking Gundam." And then he goes, okay, and gets back in the Gundam. Sometimes he just gets punched and gets back in the Gundam. But it's mostly like, stop being a bitch. Everyone just tell him stop being a bitch and do it. Isn't Seed pretty hated overall? I would say that a lot of old school Gundam fans don't like Seed because a lot of people feel it has internal. Welcome everyone from Pook Stream. My name is Paul Berserker1, Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here. The Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good for you. Never said I like trash either. Say trash is fine. People can enjoy trash. I enjoy some trash. My favorite, other than 08th MS Team, is G Gundam, which is the one with the Gundam wearing a sombrero. I love the random fighter Gundam series they made. It's amazing. It is campy as shit. It makes no goddamn sense, and it doesn't give a fuck. It's just here to have some fucking fun, man. And I love it. It's just over the top. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can't nail is G Gundam. All of this to say you want more of that, more of that in the universe in Star Citizen? No. What I was saying is that I've always said that I think big Mecha has a place in Star Citizen. Mechs have a place in Star Citizen in terms of gameplay. Aesthetics, they look cool. They're they're basically just ships, but they can't fly. And so they can have a nice role in there. And they're very 80s in terms of big giant robots, kind of thing. Battletech is a great example. It's an 80s property that is based around like 80s themes and stuff like that. Yeah, Mecha would make the UE army a lot less boring. It would make the UE army make sense as to what its job is, because most of what the army's job is to protect planets. And if you don't have quantum capable ships, having a giant walking death machine is good. What I like about Gundam is that the original Gundam, and generally Gundam in general, does a lot of effort, takes a lot of effort to build realistic universes. Like, they care about a universe that feels like it's lived in. The only problem I have with Gundam is that it doesn't shut the fuck up about its own universes. It actively wants to tell you they spend a lot of time on world building, and you're gonna fucking hear it. You're gonna get some fucking info dumps about shit you don't need to know in the universe for like 4 episodes. It's the major flaw of Gundam storytelling is, goddamn it, they're gonna fucking info dump on you. You need a fucking dissertation on the history of this universe before you can fucking watch it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they spend all this time building up this realistic universe, and then they're like, and here are the X-Men who can pilot super mechs, you know? Also, Mechs might help with some of the various megafauna in UEE. Right? Could you imagine fist fighting an Apex Valakar? Like, come on. Come on. You cannot tell me that wouldn't be cool. Funny enough, the axes aren't lightsabers. They're heat axes. They're basically just they basically pump energy directly from the mech's reactor into the blade of the axe. They're called heat hawks. The least unrealistic idea of it, which is like, heat is very good at melting metal. So if you can get a very conductive heat, you know, a metal that conduct heat but not melt, and then use it to hit another piece of armor, you can melt through that armor or do some damage to it. Zeta ruined me on new types. Heathawks are cooler than beam sabers. And you know who agrees with me? The entirety of the Gundam fan base. Because even the Gundam designers themselves, because they keep fucking using it. They show up in every property. It doesn't matter that like every single Gundam universe, there's like 17 different Gundam universes at this point. All of them have a Zaku. All of them have a Heathawk. Why have mechs when you can ride the whip crab? I'll take organic mechs for 100. I also want a breaching axe, yes. A boarding axe in Star Citizen. They're the bad guys for most of the UC, but most of their non-Gundam designs actually had functional weapons. Most of the weapons outside of the beam sabers were and the beam weapons were pretty like usable. Again, it comes from the fact that the guy wanted Tesma wanted to design like weapons and aerospace. He wanted to design fighter jets, and he loved like military designs when he was young. So makes sense. The dude got a bunch of other people who were obsessed with like aerospace and weapons and was like, let's make cool shit. That's 26. Star Citizen 26, folks. Me talking about Mecha. We're actually going to do a full thing. Welcome to the office hours. We go on these tangents all the time, especially when Star Citizen is in its lull periods. That's also the important point. There is no good guys or bad guys. Is Sean Tracy still in CIG? Yes, he is. I talked with him at because he was at Quantum Vegas, and I talked with him at Quantum Vegas about mechs and his love of mechs. He loves BattleTech, and I've asked him, man, can we get more fucking mechs in the universe? And he said he's trying. He's trying. I think the scale works, man. I think it works, and I think it solves a lot of the problems. He's good. He would be fucking amazing to talk about. Sean Tracy. I talked with him a little bit, but he was busy because he was there to do a bunch of things. I talked with him a little bit about Mechs, and it was love to see him to talk with him about that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, the biggest mech I would think about is about the size of like a 2-story house. Yeah. Nothing huge, something you could potentially operate in the universe of Star Citizen. No, Chris Roberts is not a fan of mechs. I don't understand why he's not a fan of mechs, because like he's a fan of every other sci-fi 80s trope. I can't believe he never got into mechs. Yeah, no Titanicus, no. The closest thing we're gonna have is what we have in the Atlas and the ICTY. And then there is a combat version of not just the ICTY, like an actual for-built combat version called the Zeus system made by Virgil Ltd, Virgil Limited. Okay, now you got me talking about it, chat. I got to pull it up. Who wants to see the cool mech, which I actually believe has a chance to show up in Star Citizen in 2026? Here you go, chat. Behold, the Zeus system. Cygnus is a mech. It's just a mining mech. It's also autonomous. That's not a tank. That's a cyclone. These are cyclones. These are the Marines for scale. This is the next another concept art piece to give you an idea of how you pilot it. It's very similar to the what is it called? The ATLS. They're more exosuits than they are mechs, but CIG calls them mechs. I call them mechs. I'm a mech radical when it comes to like my definition of mechs. If you can pilot and you can pilot it and it's got an independent power source, it's a powered like power armor or mechs, in my opinion. Very simple. And this is like an actual diagram of what it looks like an interior. So you can kind of see the general idea of what they're looking at. And it's very similar to how you stand and operate the ATLS. Like Elemental's a battle tech, yeah. They have to have a little bit of that elemental flair. How dare you get me enthusiastic about the future? So these are basically mechanical versions of Vanduul. You can even see it in their in the way they're designed. You can actually see the same leg structure as the Vanduul. So these are effectively robotic exoskeleton suits based off the physiology of the Vanduul. Yes, you can melee in these, but I have a feeling that they're going more with this direction. You see how there's one fist and one like sort of slot? If you look at here, you don't see the fist, but it looks like it's connected, like connected into the weapon. So I imagine that you have like a slot, which is your weapon slot, and you have a free hand that you control the weapon with. So if you need to, you can drop the weapon and punch somebody with your fist or hit them with your weapon. The idea being that your weapon is a swappable weapon you can swap out in terms of its stuff. I do believe that 2026 is going to be where we get the Titan suit because A, it's in Squadron. We know this is built for Squadron, so it's going to show up at some point in the Squadron 42 game. B, if it's in Squadron and Squadron's almost is releasing in 2026, this shit is done, and CIG has pushed more broken shit than this because it was in Squadron and ready to go. So I almost guarantee you this will show up at Invictus. This will probably be the cheapest thing you can get at Invictus. Like, imagine having one of these in the fleet ops, where you get in one of these and you go onto the station in the fleet during the fleet ops to go clear it out. It's like, this is your weapons, your heavy weapons guy. Yeah, and you can easily have it in like an intersect mission where you have to fight the Vanduul. The B-12 man maneuvering unit is a backpack that's designed for EVA usage. Listen, when they introduced the ATLS, I bought 3. They're going to sell this for like $80. Be prepared. This thing's going to be expensive as fuck. They're going to absolutely overprice the shit out of this thing. It is going to be so expensive to buy, and they will sell hundreds, thousands of them. Hundreds of thousands of them. And I will pay for 5 of them. I probably will. Now, the weakness of these, how much do you think they'll put it up for? $80. I think it's going to be $80. They overprice ground vehicles all the time. This is going to be like a less tanky tank, like a less tanky Nova, and the Nova's $100. You picked up all your Mech Warrior 5 DLCs this past Steam sale? I think I did 2, if I remember correctly. I purchased all of them. Yeah, it's going to have a cool tax. Now, I think its weakness is this thing is going to go down to like 2 railgun shots. So, like, any amount of heavy fire, this thing is dead. This thing is going to get fucking toasted. It does not have a shield. And it's probably not going to be very fast. But it's going to have more DACA than you can shake a stick at. I think the easy thing to do is to sell this with a basic weapon and then have an upgrade kit that you can purchase other weapons to attach to it for different various purposes. I do not know if this will have a jump jets. I could see this having jump jets, or at least having a version with jump jets. Weapon kits equals new STD for new standard for upcoming ships. You think? I think it's an easy way of selling more. Also, is there a ship designed to carry these? No, but these are about the same size as a Vanduul, so they're about 8-9 feet tall. So you're looking at like only about 3 feet tall, taller than the average player in Star Citizen. Basically, anything that can hold an ATLS can hold one of these. The ATLS can fit on pretty much anything. Anything with an internal cargo bay. I'm betting we'll get the industrial one first and the combat one later. We already did get the industrial version of this. It's called the ATLS. A for science. We got talking about Mecha, so I eventually had to talk about Star Citizen's version of Mecha, which is the Titan suits. Here's the thing. They made the ATLS and they made this. They're going to make more. There's going to be versions of the Titan suits from different manufacturers. They will make dozens of these things, each with their own unique quirks. I believe the drop module for the for the Terriator has something to do with these as well. Well, the industrial version, that's virtual LTDs and not Argo. That's virtual LTDs, possibly. Sorry, but what's your prediction? Just asked, what's your prediction for marketing run for Squadron 42? I'm gonna. By the way, y'all, we're coming up in like 2 hours here, but so I'm gonna do this pretty soon. But I'm gonna do a capsule, which is my little little thing I do on these recorded for YouTube. My plan is to do a capsule on my expectations for 2026, including Star Citizen stuff like that. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? Oh God. Oh God. Loken. Oh, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Locust Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker One, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar in the universe. How you doing, buddy? We're talking about
You can take away my spaceship.
this.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
CMDR_Shadowstall just resubscribed for 24 months. LokenPod, 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 LokenPod.
Thank you so much for that 24 months of support there, Shadowstalker. Very important public, very perspective, very new edition. 2 years. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. There's two things that I still want in Star Citizen. It's mechs and drop pods. CIG has in lore the nails, which are drop pods. We actually can see the drop pod in the Vanduul smuggling mission. We can actually see the boarding pod of the Vanduul in the interior. The I think it's called the cleaver. So like they exist in the universe, but they don't want us to have access to them, and it's like that's fucking dumb. That's real fucking stupid. No, I mean, that's basically what's going to happen. People are just going to turn escape pods. Once they get escape pods working, if they don't have drop pods, people will just turn escape pods into drop pods. ODST drop pods? Yeah, they're called nails in the Star Citizen universe, and yeah, they do exist. The lore behind him is lore behind him is orbit to ground in 60 seconds. Like they don't launch you, they fire you out of a cannon into the ground. So more like hell pods, yeah. Be the bullet. Like they even say that the G forces are so great, you would die. You would be turned into paste if it hit the ground. The only reason why you're not turned into paste is because they use ship developed stabilization. So basically, the same things that make it so that you're not blacking out at like 32 Gs in a Hornet is put into these pods so that you can withstand the Gs when you impact. But it's not comfortable. Like only the elite of the Marines use them, and again, it is like being shot out of a cannon towards the ground. We don't know if they require specialized ships. We don't know how they work, other than that they exist in the universe. They must be quite expensive to produce. Do they get recovered after an op? I believe they try to if they can, or they blow them otherwise, but they only use them for special operations. Like 6th Platoon will use them if they need to get into a place fast and quiet. They help design. There's actually some controversy recently in lore because there was a whistleblower that said that they used Vanduul technology to improve them, and the UE vehemently denied they used Vanduul technology to improve them because they captured a bunch of cleavers and they wanted to in like the 2920s. And they wanted to reverse engineer them, and some people claim that they were using the technology that was in the cleavers into the next generation of nails. Quiet with a supersonic boom. Most of the places they operate, nails will operate, are in places that have no atmosphere, or operate in like very chaotic environments. So places where you'd have asteroid impacts quite frequently. Inertial dampeners. Thank you, Director. So they just blend in with all the other shit that happens. We don't have them in real life because we don't have low orbit military bases above Earth's atmosphere.
Them biddies.
Guys, what is that blaring orange glow over there? Stealth.
Yes. So they're the Lucifer Blacks of Star Citizen? Kind of, yeah. Well, we also don't have the inertial dampers either, yeah. They can market a dropship that drops these things similar to bombs. They could, but CIG won't. They denied using Tavaran tech during the war with the Tavaran, and they clearly did. Like the most famous use of the nails, one of their first uses in combat was during the raid on Oberon. Oberon is an ice world, and it's not exactly a hospitable one. So people don't really live on the surface. And during the Second Tavaran War, the Tavaran took over Oberon's like landing zone. So everyone was inside, basically. They weren't outside. So it's the kind of system where you seeing a streak across the sky and a small boom doesn't really raise a lot of alarms. This is, again, before nails were well known as a weapon. So just they looked like falling stars, shooting stars, asteroids, you know. But before the Tavaran knew what hit them, the Marines were out of the pods into the facility and taking it over. They basically got into the facility, attached detonators bombs to the refining facilities at this place, because the UE knew that the Tavaran were using the planet as a refining base. Spiked the refineries and got out. Will the ADP Mark IV ever get the benefits of it being a powered armor frame? I don't know. I think it should. But the thing is that it'll also come with drawbacks in terms of power. Why do you think they're going to use Nyx 1 for the first base building instead of a planet like Pyro or a planet like Microtech? Pyro is fundamentally... First off, Pyro's already built, so they'd have to go back and change Pyro. That itself would cost a lot of time and money. Same with Microtech. But Pyro is also a place that nobody wants to go to. Like, I've seen that large portions of the community just don't go to Pyro, ever, because they just don't like it, because it's aesthetically not pleasing. Levski, on the other hand, has a lot of people who enjoyed the Levski aesthetic and Nyx's aesthetic. Nyx is less hostile than Pyro, intentionally. So Nyx 1 looking like a paradise means more people will want to go to Nyx 1, and it will be built from the beginning with base building in mind. I believe that when base building first comes out, you can only build on Nyx 1, because none of the other planets will be capable of you building on them. Compare Bloom to Nyx 1, man. Come on. It's no fucking... The grass? Jesus fucking Christ. Nyx... Bloom is like dog shit compared to Nyx 1. I don't think it's a matter of aesthetics so much as players don't seem to enjoy PvP and lawless nature of Pyro. I think that also helps, but generally speaking, if you put it in Pyro, people would go, well, I don't want to go to Pyro, and also it looks kind of shit. And if you put it on Microtech, they would do, but in both cases, it would require them to completely redo the planets to the new standard. And as I've said, I have a feeling that all of the points of interest in the Pyro and Stanton are all bespoke and won't work with Genesis. Starchitect is the thing that's designed to work with Genesis. So if they were to redo any planets that have already been built, they'd have to redo them with Starchitect. And Starchitect won't be available when Genesis 1, the first Genesis, comes out. So you'll be able to, because base building won't be available. But by the time you actually do get Starchitect come out around what base building does, then you'll still have one planet that will be set up for base building. And then you can go back and start changing all of those planets, the older planets, to it. I think Pyro just doesn't establish what lawless should mean very well. Very well. Like, what do people try to live out there aside from Dotihi edgy pirates go brr? That's the other thing. Like, it's the same reason why people live in the desert or live in like really rugged remote places. But like, there's also that extra edge to it. I think Levski sells the idea better on its face and presentation. I agree with that, 100%. Do you think Nyx 3 will get moons as gas giant? Yeah, I think so. I think that's a simple ad. And as yet, Stanton will not be completely compatible with Genesis tech for some time. I think they'll do. I don't think they'll be after 1.0 for Genesis tech, but I do think some planets will be after 1.0. Like Arc or Corp will be after 1.0 for its Genesis tech. But I do think that Stanton will have to get an intensive look at after both Nyx is completed and Castra is completed, along with Terra. We're getting Castra this year. Like, that's the first thing I tell you right now. Castra's coming to the game. It might come in as just Cascom, but it's fucking coming in. CIG is going to pull a Nyx with Castra. But the thing about Castra, there's only 2 planets. So if they already have Genesis tech working, it wouldn't be that difficult. What changes would you like to see in Pyro? Number 1, it needs to have a working faction system that actually matters. I should be able to sign up or work with some of the gangs or some of the factions in there. At the very least, I should be able to work with the CFP, the Rough and Ready, and the Headhunters. I should at least be able to work with those 3. And CIG should add the Horizon and the Fire Rats, which are the other ones that you can see in game and interact with, but don't have like factions yet. All of those factions should be in control or fighting for Pyro in some way, shape, or form, and I should be able to sign up and work for them, and that should affect my reputation with the other factions and get me killed on sight. That alone would, plus the thing they already added with like faction. They had this thing that they apparently added to the game, where if you have high reputation with a certain group, they will sometimes have people show up to defend you. And if you have a low reputation with a group, they'll have people show up to try to kill you. So, think about like all of the Bethesda games have something similar where like, if you work with a certain faction, the other faction will send people off to try to kill you. Bit Zeros, yeah, is another one. But Bit Zeros is sort of interstellar. Same with the Dead Saints, sort of, though they're headquartered in ArcCorp. Do you think we'll see faction-based Wicklow analogs this year? We will if they actually have factions. They did say they're working on the faction system. The thing I'm still worried about with the faction system is that CIG, the writers talked about how they wanted to get rid of negative reputation, and it felt like they misunderstood from a very simple concept of why people were having problems with negative reputation. It wasn't that negative reputation was bad, it's that negative reputation as it was designed sucked. The concept is fine. It's just going from 0 to kill you on sight is way too intense for negative reputation. It should be 0 to consequences, disappointment, like disappointing consequences, dislike, hatred, then kill. Like if you have negative rep with an organization, they just won't do business with you. You still land at their locations. You can still, they just like, you just fuck off. You know, we legally can't kick you out, or we don't want to kick you out because it's bad for business, but you're also bad for business. Fuck off. And if you keep fucking with them, they'll increase costs if you try to buy from their vendors. Maybe if they own a station or a planet, they'll increase their landing fees, so you have to pay for more. Maybe like the factions will be more terse, or more, they'll say fuck off, asshole, and that kind of shit. Like they'll be more mad at you as you talk with them, so you can feel like they don't like you. It's like, oh, it's that asshole, you know. And then they just outright ban you. Like if they have landing zones or locations, they prevent you from landing. And if you try to land, they shoot you. But then lastly, they fucking kill you on sight. Yeah, NPC guards will follow you around. Yeah. The problem is that they don't have any of those features. All of those features are stuff that's supposed to happen with Item System 2.0. Being able to have like landing fees and cost for regenerations and cost for like buying back gear. All that stuff is like item system stuff that they haven't had yet. Taxes, and more taxes. Finally, we get that in 2026. Listen, I'm with Cobb on this one. Give me random bullshit. And my argument for random bullshit is random bullshit makes the game more intriguing. It makes the game more immersive, and it makes you mad at the game more. If you find out that you're landing on a place and they're charging you double to land at that place, and they're being snarky while doing it, you'd be like, fuck off. And then if you check you tell your friend, hey, why is this weird bug with this dude's being a dick to me and he's charging me more money? And your friend goes, did you check your reputation? And you look at your reputation and you're like, oh, fuck, what did I do to piss them off? Now there's suddenly consequences for you just taking the most expensive or the most meta, the highest paying or the most meta mission so you can get the most money. Now you piss off some people in the process. So now there's actually consequences to those decisions. So you have to think about what you're doing rather than just doing whatever is the most meta. That has been a thing that has been talked about in the community, talked about Chris Roberts and the developers in the past forever as a balancing mechanic. Reputation is a balancing mechanic. It makes it so that you can't just do whatever is the most efficient and get away with it. Yeah, and there'll be ways of gaining reputation back. So having a negative reputation slider that goes down means you can still take missions or do things to improve your reputation with them, but there are going to be consequences for your actions. Do you think we'll see Terra next year, or is that two-year build? I think Terra is 2027. Maybe mid 2027, but I think it's 2027. You'll get weird inscrutable reputation bar, and you will like it. I mean, it's hard to really put into words, into mechanics, how humans interact with each other, but it's far more, a reputation bar is far more immersive than just random 5-star system that we have now in terms of lawlessness. Are we ever going to see this game go live before, go 1.0 before 2023? Probably, but pretty close to it. CIG has been talking about how their goal is 2027. So next year is their goal for release. That's really ambitious considering what's happening, but I think we'll likely see 1.0 before 2030. Just not that close. The big thing that's likely to come out this year is Squadron 42, which is the single player version. They've been working on that as long as they have for Star Citizen, though they've been more focused on Squadron than Star Citizen. Do you think Magnus will come as an unannounced extra? No, I think they'll work on Magnus. Magnus will be like one of the first things they release afterwards. I mean, these are also space corporations. Are we more pain in the ass than we are profitable to them? I mean, that's also good, yeah. I think 1.0 is 2029. It really depends. Like, I do believe that CIG will reach a point where they're effectively launched, and they're going to take it to a beta period where they can still technically wipe. And that'll be the that I'm hoping that'll take like 6 to 9 months. Possibly a year, just in that state where it's basically released. It's just in a beta so that like they can work out all the economic kinks. You're not a Mary Stu Bethesda Protag, who's the head of the Wizards College, Fighters Guild, the Thieves Guild, the Imperial Champion, commander of the Imperial Legion of Province, commander of the Speaker of the Black Hand, commandant of the Imperial Blades, high priest of the Imperial Cult, plus 2 or 3 other of each race's province. Yeah, you're that was the idea. The problem is I think Chris and CIG have sort of wandered that direction a bit, and that's not what y'all pitched. Y'all pitched actions have consequences as the gameplay motive. I still think 2030 and when 1.0 makes its official debut, possibly. I think CIG is going to rush it, good or ill, and it'll be 2028. I think they're still planning for 2027, but I think they'll get as close to a beta in 2027, and then like maybe summer of 2028 they'll release it. I'm confused. Why do they not put in alternative game routes when the elevators break? We can move around, because the same alternative game routes would also break. Elevators are simply the transportation system. The size and scale of everything that exists in Star Citizen, if you had something like stairs or like ladders, it would take you 4 times as long, if not 10 times as long, to go from one place to another compared to where you do elevators. Because a lot of times elevators will take you to parts in the geometry that are far apart from each other, even though they take very little time. Because they want to keep the scale exterior, but be able to explode the interior. But at the same time, you wouldn't be stuck. You'd still be stuck, because in the way you get stuck is in the transition between one portion and another. The difference would be that now you take 10 times to walk down some stairs, and when you get to the end, you get stuck in the door trying to go into the next area. It's just now you've taken the long route to get stuck. Yeah, the bug isn't the elevator, it's the door in the elevator. It's not called the refactor, it's now called the transport system. Hopefully it's coming out this year. It'll be a year that the transport system entered its development in like March. Dell, we used to do that. We used to do spacewalks to elevators, because sometimes your friend would be on a different platform in Lazar, and you'd have to get out of the station and then EVA towards your friend where they were parked. I never really thought about this before, but has CIG ever nerfed piracy? It seems like every other game loop has been nerfed. Yes, multiple times. CIG has never designed piracy properly. So pirates have always taken advantage of the unique systems as they were to get them to do what they want them to do. And so CIG has gone in and removed those systems in the past. But yeah, generally speaking, piracy takes so much time and effort that it's almost never used. It's never worth it. Yeah, because commodity cargo doesn't matter anymore. People don't do it really, so there's just no reason to haul. Now, I do believe that CIG will eventually add NPC commodity cargo haulers when they add things like scanning, so you'll be able to pirate NPC ships. And I've been saying for almost a decade now that piracy's the main thing that people will pirate in the game is NPCs. We kind of do that now, but it'll be more open sandbox instead of just doing other stuff. You think we'll get bounty hunting before 1.0? Yeah. It's part of the original pitch. I think bounty hunting is coming in. But bounty hunting needs the new actor status system, it needs scanning, and it needs reputation. We don't have scanning in yet. That's the closest to being released. They are working on the new reputation system they mentioned in the last monthly report. But yeah, I just noticed, but they haven't even talked about the actor status system in forever. I just noticed that every time CIG releases a new ship that can possibly be used by pirates, they always play it up in the advertisements. To a degree. Vaughn and all that is dead thanks to the shitfest that is engineering. What do you mean, who? Vaughn Cargo, at least. So, like, but why is it worthless? Because of engineering. No NPC cargo, no soft death. You can't soft death? Are they ever going to fix the don't ask, don't tell kiosks, the Lagrange points? I'm sure they'll just get rid of them. Oh, because of the funneling damage to reactors. Now it's all just a hard death, no soft death anymore. Yeah, because they fucked up engineering. Engineering was supposed to enable soft death, and they enabled just hard death. I've soft deathed NPC ships before, frequently. But not in engineering. In my opinion, they fucked up the missions and never changed them for engineering. It's likely that the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing, and so no one bothered to talk to the mission team about what missions needed to be changed. So, like, the mission team is working on a schedule that is months ahead, and they're like, we're going to push engineering out. It's like, okay, cool. But no one told the mission team that the engineering team was going to release in this until it was like maybe a couple of months away. And at that point, it's like, we don't have time to update all of the combat missions with engineering in mind. And so they're just like, well, fuck, we don't know what to do. And they just sort of did this fix because they just needed to get engineering out. That's the other thing about 2026. I expect a lot of half-assed approaches to game design. Not because it's the final design, but because they need to get features in to get other things working. Like, we're going to get repair, rearm, and refuel. It's just going to be the most half-assed implementation you've ever seen. It's just going to be like you landing on a carrier deck and someone pushing a button on a kiosk. It's not going to be anything like it's supposed to be in reality. It's simply the process upon which it's supposed to work, like how it works in game. And then they'll go back and add the more depth to it overall, but they're just going to try to get it out the door over the next this year. So a lot of those features, like inventory the new inventory system is going to be functional and works, but it's not going to have all the bells and whistles they want. It's just going to be out the door. Same thing with crafting. Crafting is going to be the most basic implementation they can do, just so they can get the back end code into the game, so they can use it for missions and other things like that. And then once they get these features in and basic, then they can go back and fix them. But they want to get them to the implementation level where they know that the base code's going to happen. To give you an example of this, for over a year, they added the resource system into Star Citizen. They added over a year before engineering ever came in. Like, it was before 4.0, they added the resource system. I think it was like 3.2.4 or even before that. They actually had the back end working, which is when they changed the triangle to the current system of like up and down sort of setting pips. That was when they added the resource system. Yeah, social tools, I expect nothing more than an org finder, a LFG, and maybe some like basic org tools. Year of the Yeet, yeah. They'll fix engineering. I think they'll fix engineering this year, but it's going to be like alongside something else they half-ass. Do you think CIG will do something to the freight elevators at Vanduul tech smugglers to stop people from cheesing the content? Eventually. But by the time they do something to the freight elevators to prevent them from cheesing the content, they'll have already removed all the reason why you should do the Vanduul tech smugglers, because they'll remove any NPC that'll actually buy the frozen Vanduul corpses. It's like they did with mining, iterative development. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying it's gonna feel very half-assed. It's not them building systems, it's them putting in the back end and then fixing it later. Because they are rushing. They're trying to get to their goal of 2027. And if they're going to get to the goal of 2027, 2026 has got to be a breakneck pace of adding features. Like, they got to add a fuck ton of features they've been lax on. Engineering needs to gets to a better place. Crafting, the new inventory system, the new social tools, scanning, the new actor status system, even like base building. All of these things need to be implemented in some way, shape, or form before you can even add the gameplay loops to support those systems. Like, bounty hunting needs scanning, reputation, and the new actor status system that will actually let you knock somebody out and handcuff them. But it also needs new NPCs to go along with all this as well. It is a Wicklow mission, but Wicklow changes every patch. Star Citizen isn't releasing in 2027. You're puffing hopium. I don't think it's coming out in 2027. But I'm saying CIG thinks it's coming out in 2027. And if CIG thinks that it's coming out in 2027, they have to plan accordingly with what the pace of development they need to hit. You got to remember, CIG does not have logical thoughts. They do not see the game that we see and go, oh, yeah, this is going to take a while. They think it's going to take half the time, and then they realize it's going to take as long as we said that it would, because we've been watching them do this for so long, and we all get amazed as to why does CIG seem to be bad at estimating their own work when we've all done it for fucking years and been better at it. It's because they don't have, as far as I understand, they don't have a lot of producers. They can't keep producers around for a super long time like they need to, because most producers only work on a 2 to 3 year schedule, like most video games. So getting someone to stick around for 12, 13, 14 years is a fucking ask, especially for the pay of a producer. I can't see CIG getting 1.0 in 4 to 5 years. I can. You just have to remember that 1.0 is not the full game. It's what CIG is calling a minimum viable product. It is the released game, but it's not the full game. There are going to be a lot of shit that's going to be very, very jank. You will see shit that was supposed to be in the final game get cut out so they can reach a 1.0 deadline. Guarantee it. It'll still be added back afterwards, but they want, like for CIG, 1.0 is bounty hunting, ship racing, mining, salvage, trading, mercenary work, piracy. I'm trying to think of what else is there. I think that's about it. Repair, salvage, or repair, refuel, rearm, that kind of, those sorts of things as well. And it's 5 systems, plus the basic reputation system, and dynamic server mission. And like NPC stuff. Exploration, yeah, exploration. Nebulous exploration. Then you also have things like base building and crafting, which aren't actually like gameplay loops, but they're sort of like features. But of what I just said, mining is in, salvage is in, repair is kind of in, bounty hunting is kind of in, racing was in, and they have to redo some of the stuff, but it was in at one point. They'll probably bring it back. Mercenary work is in. I'm trying to think of what else. Refueling is in. Repairing is, or I said repairing, but like rearming is kind of in. Like most of that stuff is in some stage of completion. It just needs a little bit of tweaking to get it to the 1.0 status. Yeah, medical's not changing. Like what we have for medical, good luck. The only thing that's going to change is they're going to add more knockdown status effects. That's it. You're not going to see any more in-depth medical system for 1.0. CIG is going to do your absolute bare bones release. Mark my words. CIG is interested in hitting a date, not hitting content. They have certain content that they have to hit, which they'll do, but they're going to do it in the most lawyer way possible. Lord, I do hope Mercenary Work gets massively expanded at some point. I love my bunker runs, but I want to see more stuff that's interesting in work. I would not expect anything more than bunker runs for the near future. Material quality is already in the game, Rummy the Tummy. Material quality is already in the game. So I think crafting will be in March. I miss working for the actual planets. Not the no-name contractors. That's one of those like homogenization, the like Star Citizen needs to be a game, so we're going to make it a fucking game. So what's going to happen is you're going to have contractors for levels. So your contractor for basic stuff is not Intersect. What is the name of the damn system thing? The basic ones that send you to Hathor and stuff like that. That's going to be the base level one you go to, and then you'll have Intersect, which is another level. So you're basically gonna have like a ladder of systems you work with. Foxwell, thank you. And you'll have some generic ones which will cover specific things like Eckhart security. Material quality is already in. If you kill the worm, you can get the little pearls will have different qualities. So they already have different quality pearls in the game. And there are other items that have different qualities. It's just a matter of applying it to all of the materials. It's only AAA and AA, but again, it's just two different mining modes, not really material quality. That's material quality, man. All it is going to be material quality you get. It's just going to be the same thing with a little number by it. That's all it's going to be. It might look a little different, but it's just going to be item with number. I see Rough Game Dev is a descendant of Aya Nasir. They'll change the AA, AAA thing to just being quality 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 or whatever. I've always felt the weird when people have been talking about medical gameplay, when in reality, what it's always been was defibrillator and respawn gameplay. There'll be some medical gameplay to it, but it's going to be consequence gameplay. The idea being that when CIG turns on Death of a Spaceman, it'll be expensive and time-consuming to do a regen. It'll be less time-consuming to just do to get a like medical to fix up. So you're just gonna have to deal with your tier 3, tier 2, tier 1 injury until you get done with your mission, so you can get back to a hospital, or get somebody with a hospital to come to you and fix you up, and that's gonna cost you. It's consequence gameplay. It's not designed as a complicated medical system. Now, that being said, I do believe that once CIG hits 1.0, they're likely going to do what they're doing with their strike teams, where they're just going to pick a fucking thing like medical, mercenary, bounty hunting, and then they're just going to completely overhaul that system over the course of a year. Where they'll just do one hard look and function and just pull the whole thing up to a higher standard. Why do I say that? Because A, CIG's already done shit like that, and B, that's what every fucking MMO does. Every MMO does. And that's what they seem to be working on right now, is looking at other MMOs and what they do and copying that strategy. It's a saying I've seen amongst artists. First make it, then make it good. First make it exist, then make it good. Yeah, post 1.0 we'll see the year of bounty hunting and the year of mining, year of medical. And that's completely different, because once the gameplay team is not making the whole fucking game, they can actually focus on those things. And then that's disconnected from the content team, who can make whatever content they need to, which is disconnected from the systems team, which can make whatever systems they need to, like Planet Systems. Once Squadron 42 is released and stabilized, do you expect stuff to move quicker? No. Absolutely not. I don't expect stuff to move quicker because Squadron 42. What I expect stuff to move quicker is when CIG gets much of its base systems in. The more we see of features coming in so that they're produced, the faster they'll iterate on those systems. One per quarter, Paul. Post 1.0, they don't have 12 more years to publish and post and edit. In terms of like new systems, the new planetary systems will come out probably once a quarter. Yeah, I think new star systems will come out frequently. What I'm talking about is gameplay systems. The revision of gameplay systems will take a long time. It still takes them 6 months minimum, usually around 9 to 12 months to do one thing. And I don't think that's going to change. Can't the Align and mine materials be refined in a higher quality at the moment? I don't know. They might be able to. I mean, it's true. You can't polish and refine a system that doesn't exist. And I think that's literally what we're going to see with this year. I think 2026 is the year of first make it exist, and then 2027 is then make it good. 2027, 2028. Now, I don't believe that 2027 is going to be the release date. I think it's 2028. Only because I think CIG has to hit a point where they just start cutting shit. Like, this is post 1.0, that's 1.0, post 1.0, what point, post. This is going to be a basic implementation, don't fucking worry about it, because they need to hit a milestone in a way that they can actually, like, get the game out. They've been talking about 1.0 as a minimum viable product since 2015. This has been their mentality for, like, over a decade now, is just get this fucking shit out. Not every system will be a hero system. Some systems have barely anything in them. Someone asked if I like what system I'd like to go to. I've already said 100%. Right now, my home is Levski, until Berea and Magnus come in. When Berea comes in with Magnus, I'm living in Magnus. I'm living in Odessa. I feel like Rich has been a real positive force for the project since he hit a high position. That's the gathering of what I've seen and heard amongst the developers is exactly that. Rich basically sat down and said, let's fucking make a game. All right? None of this fucking idea thing. We need to make a fucking game. So let's make a roadmap, an actual blueprint of what we're going to do, and let's do it. And since then, it seems like the CIG finally is like, the teams at CIG are finally like, we finally know what we're doing. We know the goal we're hitting for, so we can actually build towards that goal. Whereas before, it was always Chris Roberts sort of vague gesturing. What Rich just did was took Chris's, like, isms and said, this. So if you think they'll announce 1.0 in 2028, do you think that means the Javelin, Kraken, and Pioneer will be the last capital ships released before 1.0? Yes. Almost 100% yes. What's special about Magnus? It's the home of Drake Interplanetary. I don't have my hat with me. I do have my hat with me. I always have this hat nearby. You thought I wore black and red for no reason? Bitch, please. This is my Drake outfit. So no public toilets. Hello, this is the first time I've got you live. Love the vids. Thank you for watching. Shay, you watch my lore vids? Hope you enjoyed the latest one. Hurston Dynamics is out. I'm going to get some water and I'll be right back. When I get back, we're going to do my like, what do I expect for 2026? I got to pull up some resources here, but. Haha, a man of ducted culture, I see. Listen, I've loved Drake for a long time. The thing that cemented my love for Drake is the lore where when they sponsored IAE, and because whoever sponsors the IAE like lets them choose the theme. And one of the years that Drake sponsored, they're like, okay, what's your theme? And Drake was like, fuck the government. And IAE's like, we cannot run that theme. And he's like, no, we want to overthrow the government. That's the theme. Fuck the government. The government is out to kill you. And I was like, yes.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Rummy the Tummy just resubscribed for 4 months. GTG hey thanks for the chat Paul G Knight.
Good night there. Thanks for the 4 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed. But Sirene pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I love that. It is entirely for show. They absolutely give zero shits about the average person. But good God, do I love that performative bullshit. Especially how serious they take it. Just just bring in Brendan Lee Mulligan and do his CEO bit screaming at the camera. Yeah. Jaded, here's the thing. If CIG has the balls, if they have the guts, I will stop calling you cowards, CIG, if you actually make a war between the People's Alliance of Levski and the UEE and allow the players to fight in it. Giving me two sides of an arguably good sides to like roll in the gray zone a little bit there. I will judge you still, but I will tip my hat in that direction. That's some balls. What sold me for Drake was their ships. They look badass, perform great, and are super cheap in game. See, Joe, that's the thing. I love them for that reason. The Drake ships are the first time I ever saw a ship that matched its lore. The design matched the lore, which matched the function. It felt like a ship that was built for Star Citizen. Like it was like the idea from the beginning to end was this is a ship built for the Star Citizen universe, in the Star Citizen universe, for the Star Citizen game, but still makes sense in the universe. I was like, wow, the Cutlass is perfect for that. And then what made me really fall in love with them beyond their ships was the fact that every time I look at their lore, they're more and more that guy. And you know, that guy. I mean, the guy who is edgy, probably too edgy, and is still they're Brendan Lee Mulligan, but with a massive profit motive. They're Dale, yeah. I really enjoyed learning about how much of a meme the lore behind the Renegade, the Adventure Renegade was. Does that guy shoot at weather balloons? I have a type because I also am a simp for Castak Arms. Like I will ride or die Castak Arms from now until the end of the universe, simply because they are the most corrupt, like ethically corrupt organizations I have ever seen in fiction. They will, like, to the face of Congress. Congress is like, you were caught selling to criminals in this location. And they stood up and were like, those were people who lived in a criminal area. I'm sorry. I thought this was fucking freedom. I thought we were helping people out. You weren't going to fucking help them because your police forces are ineffectual. So they turned to us to help them. Fuck you. I'm sorry you can't do your fucking job and we have to do it for you. To the Senate's face. Like, the balls, the absolute steel balls to be so corrupt and spit in the eye of God is so hilarious. Because that's the thing. They're corrupt. They're openly corrupt. They are doing awful things. They will sell to both sides of a war and sleep happily at night. They will start a war and then sell to both sides. They got caught trying to disable early warning devices in Vega, which are designed to catch Vanduul, because every time early warning systems were found tampered, their sales went up 20%. So they just started doing it themselves to increase their sales. And when they got caught, they almost got disbanded because they were technically a publicly owned company at the time, until a private investor stepped in and made them private. That's how fucked up they are. They are ruthless capitalists, to the core capitalists. But because they are so loyal to the prospect of pure profit, they actually sold to the rebels during the anti-Mezer revolution, and were some of the only people who would sell to the rebels. So when the new revolutionary government took over, Castak was fucking in the clear. Like, absolutely no judgment. They were seen as heroes for selling to the rebels. Like, straight up, Locke, the main planet of Idris, the Idris system, they kicked out their Mezer governor after the revolution, because like the Mezer governors sort of held onto power in some places. They did a coup. They were fighting, rising up against them, but the UE wasn't helping him. So who was helping them? Castak Arms. They smuggled fucking Karnas into that fucking war zone like crazy because they were paying money. And as a result, when they gained independence from the Mezer overlords, they made the new flag of Locke has a Karna on it. It's just a fucking Karna on that flag, and they sent one to the Castak Arms headquarters. Castak Arms hangs it in their fucking lobby. Like, wow, just the chutzpah. They are Kalashnikov. They're space AKs. They're space Kalashnikov. When it starts to, I mean, I want one of those flags. I want those flags for my room. Oh, I'm going on my Castak list. The last thing I'll talk about the Castak is that Castak is also famous for really controversial advertising. Like, before the attack on Vega, they did an advertising throughout the UEE with like a famous verse sports model in like a skimpy bikini, like barely there bikini. Like, this is a very attractive woman in almost nothing, holding what's the Castak shotgun? The Ravager? Holding a Ravager. And the advertisement said, there's a reason why the Vanduul haven't attacked Vega. This is official lore, by the way. Like, this is written in CIG's like lore. As of the time of writing of that article, their most famous, their most recent one is a family, like mom and pop, fucking straight out of like a 40s propaganda. What's his name? The famous artist who does all those like really like 40s 50s propaganda stuff. Norman Rockwell. It's like a Norman Rockwell painting. A mom, a dad, a daughter, and a son are all having like this meal, and everyone's happy, and the sun is shining, and then clouds form, everything gets dark, and the house flies away, and they're surrounded by Vanduul, and suddenly the mom and dad and the kids are scared, and so they all pull out fucking Castak Arms weapons and just start shooting. And the title comes in, it says, Castak Arms, defend your empire. Like, this is camp, pure, unadulterated camp, and I love it. It's so over the top. Just the idea of having the balls to... Hey, Paul, Helldivers 2 called Super F wants their weapons company back. It's almost like they're a weapons company from Helldivers 2, from Super Earth. It is that over the top. I think that was part of the inspiration. Some of these ads were RoboCop. Man, I will shill for Castak for free. Like they got me loyal for life. Drake gotta pay, but Castak, just give me free shit. I got you, Castak. I'd wear a Castak hat if they had one. I'd have a Castak t-shirt if they had one. The best part about Castak is Castak Arms was named after the capital city of Selene. Oh, not Selene. Of Selene? Or is it Sirene? I think it's Sirene. Yeah, Sirene, which is the planet of the main planet of Virgil. So when Virgil fell, because Virgil falling is a traumatic experience to humanity. Virgil falling is kind of like if London got nuked. Maybe not even London, probably like Paris. It's like if Paris got nuked. It's like, what? Just like randomly out of the blue. Like that's not supposed to happen. Isn't there supposed to be like a big war for that to happen? Shouldn't have other places been nuked before Paris? It was so old. It was one of the original colonies of humanity. It had been around in the human empire for hundreds of years as a settled system. So when it got fucking destroyed, it permanently scarred humanity. Like it is like the Vanduul were always a threat. When Virgil fell, the Vanduul became the enemy, like the hated enemy. And of course, as I've said before, one of my favorite stories of Star Citizen is the children of Sirene, the people who survived the fall of Virgil and made it back to Vega. Basically, their entire generations of families from Virgil, like multiple generations, which have sworn a death vengeance on the Vanduul. Like do not get between a descendant of Sirene and a Vanduul, because they will fucking throw haymakers. They will go at this. They will try to claw the eyes out of a Vanduul if they saw them in person. Like they generationally, viscerally hate the Vanduul. They don't just want to kill the Vanduul. They want to genocide them and then piss on the ashes. Like they fucking hate them. Like, and of course, what does Vega do when they need a weapons company? Because we're like, fuck, we're next on the list of being attacked by the Vanduul. Sorry for not the Xenos. I like, based off of what I've read, the fucking Black Templars wish they hated Xenos as much as the citizens of Sirene. Like the Black Templars still have a sense of like self-preservation when they're purging. These people do not. they have zero sense of self-preservation. Would be interesting if the Vanduul tech smugglers were them. Maybe. Like, I could see them doing that just so they could unthaw them and like torture them to death. Has any human ever gone into Vanduul space? Yes, all the time. A lot of places that were former human colonies that are now under the control of the Vanduul we've been to, yes. Yeah, they're Vanduul sympathizers. They exist. They turn into the people from weapons then. To give you context, this was built by the descendants of Sirene specifically to kill Vanduul. They built a mechanical Vanduul that humans could pilot to kill Vanduul. This didn't exist as a concept, as a viable concept in the universe until Hate decided to get a fucking P.O. box. Until Hate founded a fucking company. No, we've never been to an OG Vanduul system as far as we know. Like, again, I love this story. I'm sorry I'm gushing a little bit, but like the story around Virgil and Vega and all of that stuff is some of the most coolest shit in Star Citizen's story that nobody knows about because CIG doesn't want to fucking touch it. Like, I would fucking do so many things to actually meet a member of this, the families that survived, like the descendants of Sirene. Because, like, God, the hate in those people. Like they should feel irrationally hateful. Hey, no problem. Damn, Wicklow been holding out. See, what Wicklow has, the ICTY, is a copy of this. That's the ICTY is the Toyota technical of this fucking thing. I have. It's on the story. I think it's the. Let me look it up. Here you go. About 13 minutes. So they're the World Eaters. Unlike the World Eaters, the citizens, the children of Sirene are normal. Like, if you met somebody who's descended from Virgil, they would look like anybody else. But the second you bring up Vanduul, they're like, if you've seen Freerin, it's like Freerin with demons. It's that level of like, this person is really cool, just don't bring up the Vanduul because they're gonna say some stuff that's gonna like get you canceled. Like shit your great grandparents said in the most inappropriate shit your great grandparents could say about a minority group. Like on site, like, yeah, no hesitation, zero hesitation. Like, how I can tell you that either there's some very, very like restricted, like very, very, very restrained, like descendants of Sirene in the fleet. There's no one in the fleet in Squadron 2 who's from Virgil, who's from Sirene, who's descended from Virgil. Because like when Bishop was like, hold, fuck that, they would have gone fucking in. They would have just yeeted in there. Like, fuck the chain of command, I'm dying anyways, I'm killing everyone. I take them all out if I can. I've been called some pretty wild stuff. Old people get creative with it. Yes. My joke immediately was, I 100% believe that 90% of the captains of the crew of Hammerheads, 90% of Hammerhead pilots are just descendants of Sirene. Because the joke is that Hammerhead pilots are fucking insane. They do some insane shit because they can get away with it. When your job is to fly into a cloud of fighters, I mean like a cloud of fighters to either like run into them or blow them up, you get some wild people. The ICT is the redneck with the welder, two-man deuces, some plate steel and forklift, and a dream compared to the Zeus system. Yeah. Listen, the Hammerhead we have in game is non-canonical. Okay, I refuse to believe this is the canonical Hammerhead. It just needs a buff. Not 1.0 yet. All right, I'll get some water. I'll just leave you off with Castak Arms was named after the capital city of the crazy people land, of the insane hatred land. They knew what they were doing. Like, you name something off of Hateville, you name your company effectively Kill All Xenos LLC. The people who want to kill all Xenos will buy your shit. Be right back, chat. Your fun button, I believe, is on. Yes, they are on. I'll be right back.
Them biddies.
No, Paul. My hammerhead needs all the buffs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Weapons free, y'all. Good news, everyone. Barcelona! Good news, everyone. Barcelona!
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Mission complete.
I love
Burrito I eat. There you go.
Genesis. Genesis. Genesis.
2 words. Distressing bacon.
Barcelona! 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 Genesis!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Genesis!
Turning it off. No more fun. Where does the most wealthy people in Stanton live that's at Hertzman Dynamics? Central. That big sort of T-shaped building that's like hovering over the spaceport. That's Central. Like when you go to the Central Business District, it's not the Central Business District, it's Central's Business District. The name of the building is Central. It's an arcology. It's like a city within a city. It's a gigantic structure designed to house all of the executives who are at CIG, at Hurston Dynamics. Yeah, the not Tyrell Pyramid from Blade Runner. It is the Tyrell Pyramid from Blade Runner. All right. Let me pull up the letter from Chairman. Oh, interesting. Trust me. The second they let me smuggle in guns to Central, I'm gonna go full Johnny Silverhand. Astropop, I know nothing about Star Citizen beyond the large amount of investment I've seen. Can you tell me briefly about your enjoyment of the game and how you feel development has been progressing? I want to see the vision realized. From little I know, it seems like it could be an amazing game. To give you context, Badge, I've been a content creator for Star Citizen for over 10 years. So I've been covering this game's development since 2016, since a little bit before that, 2015. I started doing live streams of some of the early content in 2014 when the Dogfight module released, which is now known as Arena Commander. So keep that in mind. I've been around a long time. And a lot of what I hope will probably not necessarily be in the game, but a lot of it already is. The main pitch I would say for Star Citizen for people who are interested, who might be interested in Star Citizen, is that A, it's not done yet. So it's still in development, to keep that in mind. But with that being said, there is no other game that I have ever seen that is as ambitious as Star Citizen. The goal of Star Citizen is a open world sandbox with a well-defined and very fleshed out universe, including characters, plots, story, backstory. Everything has a story behind it. And you are part of that story in a little bit, and you can have an effect on that story. But at the same time, you can work your way up to do whatever you want, to live out your space dream. So, do you want to be a space miner like in Expanse? Or do you want to be a bounty hunter like the Mandalorian? Do you want to be a smuggler and maybe like a little bit of a ne'er-do-well like the crew of the Serenity from Firefly? Maybe you want to be an explorer and look out into the universe like the various characters from Star Trek. Maybe you want to be a fighter pilot like Starbuck or Luke Skywalker. It is a simulator of space stories. It lets you live out that adventure however you want to. Whether it be follow the stories and interact with the characters, or make your own way to make money, to build yourself a little homestead in the middle of nowhere and make yourself augmented cheese, blue milk, you know? That is its goal. Its ambition is huge, and they'll likely not hit all of it. And they probably won't be a game for everyone, despite what they say. But they're going to get as close as they can to try to make it work. Space opera simulator. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. You got me at the right time because I was about to do a little bit of a video topic here. I mean, I haven't seen much gameplay. I'm sorry, you came at the wrong time. I'm usually, this is my sort of look at the Star Citizen lore news and other kind of sections of Star Citizen when I do kind of talk about the game. I'd suggest definitely look at some of the other content creators that are playing right now who are playing it. There's some of my favorite content creators to watch, if you haven't, are Voidy and Detox. Logan plays a lot of stuff. Like if you want to see people play, he does solo and group play. Who else did? Someone else rated it earlier. Who was that? Zero State, another fantastic person, does a lot of solo play. Most of those are, they do like Twitch, not YouTube. But you can do solo play. It's entirely possible to do solo. I do a lot of solo play when I'm not doing with other groups. The thing that is hard for Star Citizen is that it will throw the keys at you and say good luck. There is no new player experience. New player experience is very basic. You don't get to know a lot about how the game functions. And a lot of it is you have to learn as you fall. Learn as you fail. Mac's another good one too, but he does a lot of he does this sort of like new Star system. Yeah. Is Voidy back? I think he was super busy. I haven't seen Voidy back recently, no, but yeah. Yeah, new player experiences, ask global chat. There is something called the guide system that you can use, which people do, where they have experts who will teach you how to do things. And that's a great way of putting it, Jade. It's something I have said many times. Some days you play Star Citizen, and some days Star Citizen plays you. Now, more recently, you play Star Citizen more than it plays you, but it still can play you at times. Yeah, global chat is either two things. Either you get trolled and insulted, or people will help you. There's just two different things. The current patch is a little rough. It was pushed out before the holidays just so they can get a patch out before the holidays. Though, like, I played fairly recently. Yeah, like on Saturday I played and I had no problems. It depends on what content you want to do. A lot of content is broken. I'll make sure to turn in again when you're playing so I can ask more questions at the appropriate time. I tend to play on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So usually in the later afternoons, I do a podcast on Star Citizen. I do it live on Saturdays, but before that, like 1 p.m. Eastern, I tend to be playing the game for about 2 to 3 hours. And Sundays I play it for 4 hours or so in the afternoons. And sometimes on Fridays I'll play it because I play with my friend Loken, who's another person you should go check out, who does a lot of Star Citizen. He plays Star Citizen basically every day in the week. All right, let's get this on. Chat, you ready? So just so you know, I'm not going to respond if you post in chat. I will not be responding. So keep that in mind as I do the recording. Oh, hey, Happy New Year. Hopefully you had a good 2025. Unless, Star Citizen did its Star Citizen thing and made it awful. That happens too. But welcome to the office hours capsule. That's right. Small section of my office hours live that I do on now Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. You can catch us live at twitch.tv/theastropub or youtube.com/theastropub live to come join chat here as we talk about Star Citizen, lore, news, and more. Take a look at the latest updates and talk about things. We also go for a lot of tangents, so hopefully you enjoy some tangents. Today, I'm going to do the thing that I'm going to be asked anyways, so I figured I'd just do a video on this, which is my expectations for 2026. As I'm recording this on January 5th, you can go back and look at this. This is also going to be good. So next year, I can go back in the early, if I'm around next year, hopefully still, in 2027, I can look back and see what I got right or wrong. So, remind me that this exists. Without any further ado, let's get into the details of what's going to be coming out in 2026, according to me, based off of what I know. The wrong button there. All right. Let's take a look first at the progress tracker, because that's the easiest thing to see what the priorities are when it comes to Star Citizen. So, this was released at the end of last year, which is sort of just the sort of update. Now, the progress tracker is not something you can rely on 100%. It is just simply a tracker of planned work. So what they updated, the big things they updated was crafting, inventory, and engineering. The idea being they updated these so that the next sprint would end at a certain point. So the end of engineering is now in March of this year. The end of crafting is at the end of March this year. And the end of the sprint for inventory is this month, the end of this month. That means that they are working on these three things extensively this beginning of this year. That's the easiest thing that could come out first. So the first thing I will predict is that we'll almost certainly get engineering inventory, and crafting this year. We already have engineering at the end of last year, but we'll probably have the more fuller version of engineering that they wanted to, which is hopefully better than we currently have. Less of a minimum viable product and more of a little more details. Now, the next thing, the easiest thing to look at in terms of predictions is to see what the man who runs the company himself, Mr. Chris Roberts, is saying what the plan is for 2026. So we're going to read his section, that section from the letter from the chairman, to understand a little bit more. Looking ahead to 2026, our focus remains clear. We'll continue improving stability and depth in Star Citizen while expanding and connecting core systems that shape how you play, from engineering to inventory, crafting, social tools, and other foundational features alongside the playable universe itself. Here he's saying, again, this was written around the same week as the other stuff, as the progress report update, progress track update, that we see engineering, inventory, and crafting all on that list. We know those three are already being worked on extensively, and they were updated with a new end time. Social tools, I'm not too sure if that's fully on there yet. It probably is, but it wasn't updated. So social tools is a little bit of the outlier here. But then he goes on to say other foundational features. Server meshing will become dynamic, allowing the mesh to reconfigure in real time based on player activity and server load. This evolution is foundational to supporting the large-scale group experiences we've always envisioned and will enable us to expand the universe even further. Our goal is to have thousands of players in the same shared universe instance. Components of the server meshing are also being leveraged to deliver instance areas and experiences, allowing our designers to craft balanced content that integrates seamlessly into the universe. So, dynamic meshing. That's what Chris is saying. Based off of what they've done, I do believe that they are going to get dynamic meshing in. Conversations I had at CitizenCon in 2023 with Benoit and other members of his team, they all seemed very confident to get dynamic in. In fact, to the point where they felt like they could have probably skipped static altogether and done dynamic, but they wanted to do static because server meshing because they wanted to get a lot of the kinks out. And it's clear they needed to do that because there was a lot of problems with the initial release that they needed to work out over the course of last year. Now that those problems have been mostly smoothed out, they can now they've probably already started development on it and are probably going to iterate or finish it up sometime this year to add dynamic meshing to the game. Now, it's important to note, dynamic meshing is not some sort of revolutionary feature that will change how you play. All it's going to do is make it so that they can have higher player counts. The only thing that it's going to do that will affect you more personally is the ability for it to create instanced gameplay systems, like they said they're going to do with a lot of the features, the things they talked about at CitizenCon Direct, like the Siege of Orison, Rock Cracker, the well, probably not Rock Cracker, the Tactical Fleet Ops, the Municipal Works. A lot of these are probably going to be instanced in some case, meaning that you'll have a limit of how many people you can bring in. As we expand outward, we're also building deeper. Genesis Planets represents our next step in planetary tech, offering breathtaking worlds with our significantly improved graphical fidelity and denser, more dynamically assembled biomes. These planets are driven by the rules of nature and our designers creating ecosystems that feel by the rules of nature and our designers creating ecosystems that feel alive and authentic. Combined with Starchitect locations throughout, Genesis Planets deliver both the environmental depth and the gameplay density we need. Supporting this will be new AI population management systems that create inhabitants appropriate for their local environment and enables more complex interactions between agents. This approach to building living, breathing planets is key to scaling the game to the heights we're aiming for. So, clearly, the new Genesis planet system is going to be coming in. We know that there's going to be, the first highlight is going to be Nyx 1, which is already got some of the narrative started up around it. We also have Starchitect, which is the system that's replacing their current way that they build outposts and bunkers and such. And lastly, new AI systems. One of the things that I've always said is which probably just a skill issue on my part, is I'm very impressed that Ninetales can face tank Damar's heat and lack of oxygen in just a ski mask. You know what I'm talking about if you've been to Hathaway around there. So hopefully this system is more designed around, giving NPCs realistic loadouts and attire and other things based on the location, and give them more flavorful based off of where they are. So giving them some unique characteristics compared to other NPCs in other places. So I do believe we're going to see Genesis in, or I do believe we're going to see the first version of Stark-Attack in, and we'll see new updates to AI. We've already seen some updates to AI in 2025. We'll see more as they continue to migrate a lot of the systems they built for Squadron into Star Citizen. We're also upgrading core systems that have been with us for years as part of our item recovery work. Inventory, insurance, and cross-patch persistence are all getting significant improvements. The focus on making it easier to interact with your belongings while improving the stability and speed of these systems overall. These are integral parts of any MMO experience, and getting them right matters. So, inventory system, the new insurance system, the item recovery system, and the new cross-patch persistence, so you no longer will be rolling the dice to see if the thing you just got from Wicklow will disappear in the next patch update. They've talked about all of these things extensively over the last year. They talked about how the cross-patch persistence is because the system they were using for persistence was a system that wasn't designed for the game they have. So they're basically just copying the system they have for the store right now, and they're just going to use that system but modify it so you don't keep it if you lose it. Kind of like you do with like right now, if you lose it, but it's on your person, you get it back. That will change when the new item recovery system in. So that cross-patch persistence is probably linked to that sort of thing. So just stability improvements overall, making the gameplay feel a little bit more fun, but also adding insurance, probably adding health insurance, probably some of the first stuff of Death of a Spaceman. Now, there will not be Death of a Spaceman, but I do believe you'll start to pay for regen in this year, along with things like paying for your items to come back. And with crafting, the way that they're planning on doing a lot of the item recovery is simply giving you the blueprint. So if you purchased something like a weapon or armor with cash, they'll just give you a blueprint so that when you lose it, you can just reprint it. So you just make a new one. So you just still need the materials to make it, but you'll get it for being able to reprint it. So it's not like you get it back on a timer or something like that. Though I think that was one of the things they talked about. Still, all of that stuff is sort of improvements to the gameplay while giving you some money sinks, but also giving you some improvements. So you're not losing stuff all the time, and you're able to get stuff back more consistently and that kind of stuff. All right. And lastly, this is the big one. Squadron 42. Our priority remains quality and polish to move towards beta and release. This was clarified. There will not be a public beta or even a closed beta for Squadron 42. Beta is simply their internal milestone beta. We're confident in the direction the game is headed and are fully focused on delivering. We know many of you are eager to play, and we're looking forward to putting it in your hands. We don't plan on a long, drawn-out marketing campaign, as we've already done our share of trailers and gameplay previews. When it's time, you and the rest of the gaming world will hear a lot more from us. Thank you for continuing to share your time, feedback, and passion for the universe. Star Citizen Squadron 42 exists because of you, and it's something that I'll never take for granted. And from all of us at Cloud Premium Games, wish you a happy holiday season and a great start to the new year. This one's a little bit more of a personal pet peeve. For those of you who don't know, I spent some time working in marketing research. Both my parents were marketers. They got degrees in marketing, for MBAs in marketing. My mom ran her own marketing company, for a market research company for a while. I worked for them as sort of like a brand manager since I was a kid. And I also worked for other companies alongside my father and my mother when my dad worked at a separate company, to help out doing research and making pitch decks and such. So and me doing this sort of thing, I've had experiences, interactions with other people in the marketing sphere around gaming for a long time. So I'm not speaking out of my butt when I say this. It's a little concerning because the problem about Squadron 42, and I've said this many times, is that Squadron 42 really isn't known outside of the bubble of the Star Citizen community. And when it does come out, it gets a lot of attention. But the last trailer came out in 2023. That's 3 years ago. People forgot it existed. I guarantee you that there are people who forgot it existed. And the whole point of marketing is to get people to buy or get to pay attention to your product who don't know it exists, who might be interested in it. So a little concerning that he says we're not going to do a long drawn out marketing campaign because they've already done a bunch of things, because those things don't capture the attention. I guarantee you that the views from the Squadron 42 prologue are not increasing over time. They're probably decreasing. So, I mean, they need a little bit more than just a no marketing campaign, which is, I'm afraid that's what they're trying to say. That's a secondary thing. I do believe that this, based off of this and based off a lot of other things, almost certainly Squadron 42 is coming out this year. There are some rumors that I think it's the Colders, the family that investors, the outside investors into CIG, who are personal friends with Chris Roberts. I think that's how they became investors. That they have some like time limit where they have to get their money back by this year. I don't think that's really the case, because every time they've had the option to buy out, they've doubled down in their investment. The big thing that seems to be more realistic. I do not have this information on hand. I looked and I couldn't find it. So if you do have it, please put it in the comments if you can. But I believe that there's some time limit on the tax credits they got from the UK government, where they have to have some sort of product released by a certain time in order to continue to qualify for those credits, or to have successfully claimed those credits, which I believe is in 2026. So this may be a situation of, it would cost them millions of dollars to not push it in 2026. So they're going to push it in 2026. Whether that's good or not, that's up for debate. I do believe that means that Squadron 42 is probably coming out in 2026. We'll likely know more starting around Invictus. My personal belief is that we will probably see a trailer for a trailer at Invictus to pay attention to, say, Summer Games Fest. And then at Summer Games Fest, which is what the PC Gamer thing that did, which used to be for E3 and it's sort of separate now, they'll do a announcement trailer for the release, like the date of the release, which I believe will be in October. So that gives them about 3 to 4 months of marketing time to release trailers and to talk to people, to go to all the different games conventions like Gamescom, and talk with folks and get a little bit more of an industry buzz going on, and then release it. So I do believe it's going to be around what would be CitizenCon 2026 would probably be the release of Squadron. That also gives them about a month and a half ahead of GTA 6, which could still delay. So that gives them plenty of leeway to get some interesting stuff, because it is a single player game. It is 40 hours, but it's going to have a limited amount of time. You'll see people spiking, then it'll go down. That's how single player games works. Now we're going to get to the fun ones. The first one, that big prediction. I have this up here. Those of you who know me, I'm a big fan of big stompy robots. So I believe at Invictus, at the earliest, well, it's the best, makes the most sense, but it probably might come out a little bit later. Because it is originally designed for Squadron, I believe we will see the Zeus system Titan suit. If it looks similar to the Atlas and the Atlas ICTY, this is the thing that came first, and then the Atlas and the Atlas ICTY were built after this. That's not a lore thing. It's just more like, it's clear that, because we knew this was being developed before the Atlas was released. And I believe the Atlas was probably a Squadron asset that was sort of a background Squadron asset, and they just turned it into a usable vehicle for players. I'll give you a little bit more insights in terms of what it looks like. It is a military design system, designed as a power armor, basically. This is sort of like an attachment point where you can attach different weapons, where the other arm holds it. There's been code diving in that shows this exists in the game files, and which also includes a melee animation for it. So there is a melee function for it. So unlike the Atlas, you can actually melee in this thing. And if you notice how it's designed, it's very similar to the ATLS in terms of its design, even with like the arm servos controlling, but it's all totally enclosed. So yeah, Anthem suits is a good way of putting it. So that's for me probably my biggest swing, because it could not come out. It's going to come out at some point at either before or after Squadron, and I think if they're going to release Squadron this year, this is the time to release it. Of course, we're likely also to see the Ironclad. We're likely to see the Galaxy, because they've talked about the Galaxy. We know they're releasing the Auxilia and the NFC. I think is what it was. The crafting versions of those, like of the MXC, the MXS, MXC, MFS. I can't remember exactly the name of it. The gray cat vehicle. We also know that we're going to get another Gray's Market ship. Probably we're probably going to get the G12. I'm not showing these the images because I'm just kind of going over all of the ones that are pretty clearly obvious. We could see a Javelin, but it would only depend on how much its work has been done for Squadron for the Javelin. MTC. I think it's the MFC. I was wondering why he had these picks ready to go. We were actually talking about this earlier in the broadcast, which is the reason why I had those picks up. But it's hard to explain to people because it's been in concept for a long time. It's hard to, like everything else I just talked about, you can probably find pretty easily. And if you know about it, you already know about it. You already know what it looks like. Yeah, I think that's the best way of putting it. I still think this is my biggest swing. This thing is my biggest swing in terms of what I think is going to come out. So let me know down below. Am I crazy? Do you believe my predictions are true? Do you think I'm crazy? I try to ground everything I believe in what I can find. Now, as always, these things can go wrong. Oh, I forgot to mention. Also, I think that Castra's coming in. Almost certainly Castra's coming in this year. We're going to get all of the Nyx planets, and we're going to get Castra. I don't know when we'll get Castra, or if we'll just get Cascom and that's it, but we're going to get Castra. But I think that's the extent of what we might get. I'm trying to think of other features we might get. Pretty much everything else, all the other features we mentioned, we will not get base building. I don't think we'll get base building. But that is the extent of my predictions. Again, let me know in the comments down below if you think, am I crazy? Am I, like, is this true? Like, you believe me? I want to hear your own predictions on terms of like what features we're going to get, what ships we might get, what vehicles we might get. And if you did enjoy this, I do this on Mondays now at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Come join us live, twitch.tv/theastrobub, youtube.com/theastrobub live. Like the video if you enjoyed it. Subscribe for more content. And hit the little bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. The Video Games Tax Relief Fund, known as the UK Games Relief Scheme, is a tax relief incentive designed to support UK-based game developers. Yes, the question is there a time limit on the how long you need to be before you release it? That's the big thing, Roy, because that's the rumor that's been going around, and that's probably the rumor that I would believe the most, is that there's some sort of time limit on that tax credit. where you can only take that tax credit for so long until you release a product. And then you can apply for a new tax credit once the product is out. The Pell Grant of tax credits. I don't know how tax credits work in the UK. I just know how they work in the US. Looking at the BMM to start back up for the end of 2026. We'll probably see it back into production in 2026, yes. Once the Galaxy is out. Also, to give you a heads up on the lore stuff, I plan on redoing my intro guide to the Star Citizen universe, the short one that I've done in the past. I'm planning on getting that, redoing it with footage from the game and stuff like that, for before the end of this month, is the hope. And then what's the other one I was going to do? Oh, I'm also planning on doing the story so far segment, where I'm going to take, it's probably going to be a little bit of a little bit of new content, but also a bunch of stitched content, where I'm going to take my story on the Pyro War, and combine it with my regen crisis, and combine that with my oh gosh, what is it called? My fuck. I want to say ADT, but that's wrong. My Yort video. So I'm gonna probably stitch that together and add a little bit of an intro. I might even add the Lost Settlers of Stanton to give context. But I'm probably gonna do like a bit of a context in terms of like what Stanton is, how it was settled by the different companies, and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll go into the we'll go into the stitched parts, so we can kind of talk a little bit about the backstory. Let me look that up real quick, because I do think that's an interesting. That. ASD. That's 44 minutes long. Fire Stanton War is 39 minutes long. Regen Crisis is 24 minutes long. So that's like a little over 2 hours, or close to 2 hours at that point, to stitch those together. It's 34 minutes long, yeah. It'll probably end up being like a 2 hour video where I attach like a 20-minute intro to it. The reason why I'm doing it is because, quite honestly, y'all love the Navy video. The UEE Navy video is fucking insane. Here's the summary of that tax credit pulled from the interwebs. The time limit for claiming the Unity Games Max Limit is up to the first anniversary. Specifically, claims can be made, amended, or withdrawn until March 2027 for games that began development before. 1st of April 2025. After this date, all productions must transition to the video game's expenditure credit scheme. Okay, so there's the actual law has an expiration date of March 2027. So yeah, that makes sense. I was vibing on Stellaris while listening to that. I'm glad to hear. I'm going to wrap this up here because it's getting late. But yeah, that's my thoughts. 2026. And also, thank you, Fatal. By the way, you can be crazy and make true statements at the same time. Reckon BH will get a look at this year. BH? What is BH? Bounty hunting. Oh, bounty hunting 2.0. Maybe. The thing that's holding back bounty hunting is the new the actor status system updates and scanning. Those two things are required, and they have not mentioned scanning whatsoever thus far. Like zero mention of scanning. I should clarify that. They've mentioned scanning a lot in the monthly reports, but just because it shows up in the monthly reports does not mean it's getting ready to go. When it starts showing up in monthly reports and like the letter from the chairman or answer the call, Inside Star Citizen or Star Citizen Live or on the forums, once it starts showing up in multiple locations, it means that it's being worked on legitimately. Fair assault. Thank you, Fairasol. Welcome everyone from Fairasol Stream. My name is Paul Berserker 01 Batman Chevy, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Here we go.
Farasol just got a sub from Ramsey. Ramsey gifted a tier 1 sub to Farasol. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
You're giving that sub to Fairasol. You're both very important public, very impressed, Mr. Very black editions. Shots to cheers, y'all. Shots to cheers. I've been really for like 2 days from. Yeah! I don't talk about that a lot because I don't really celebrate it on stream when it actually happens because it never goes well. But my birthday is January 7th. So yeah, my partnerversary is like tomorrow. It's or like several days after my birthday. It's like it's within this week is my partnerversary. My 10 years as a partner on Twitch. Yeah. No. Next year's my 10 years. It's 2027. 2017 is when I became a partner. So I'm 9 years a partner. 7th, January 7th. January 7th, and this is going to make me young for some of you. old for others. January 7th, 1987. I will be 39 years old. Just thinking about 10 years as a Twitch partner make my knees hurt? No, thinking about how I'll be 40 when I get my 10 years as a Twitch partner makes me feel old. I was 30 years old when I was Twitch partner. Hey, Noodly! Another January 7th birthday. Must be nice being that young. Aren't you my age, Fair Salt? You're 9 years and 5 days older than me. See, I'm young to some, old to others. Enjoy your 20s, Fatal. Enjoy them. I hope Star Citizen 1.0 will be out then. I'm that age. I just hope it'll be out before I'm 45. 87. Well, I wasn't yet out of high school. Oh, so you're already in your 40s. Yeah. And you're a twin, so that counts twice. Nice. You're 1 year older than me, and the worry about the 40s is real. It's not really that much of an issue. I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher for over a decade in where I teach. I've been a teacher for 15 years total. I'm well respected in my field. I'm doing pretty well on Twitch. I have a house. I have a wife who I love and loves me, and she's doing good in her career. Everything's great. Things could be better, but I can't complain with what I have right now. The issue is more the ever march of time scares the fuck out of me. True, all teachers are 40 plus, even the ones younger than me. Literally, the teacher who moved into the classroom right next to mine, she is 21. And when she first introduced herself to me, she's also a history teacher. She said, I'm the first, I'm of the first generation of teachers that didn't experience 9/11. I was like, fuck. You weren't even born in the 20th century. Oh. Teachers in the 20s don't exist. The one thing that makes me believe that time is a flat fucking circle, though, is that she's a massive pro wrestling fan. Like, major pro wrestling fan. And I'm like, dear God, that is never gonna die. Hey, Pie Prince, we're wrapping up here. Yeah. Oh man, oh man. Yeah. Yeah. The children are teaching the children, chat. One month after me, that's not bad. 1 month and multiple years after me, Roy. Okay. Or before me, yeah. If she hasn't experienced real history, well, I mean, she was like in elementary school when 2008 happened. Turned 41 a year, my bones hurt. This week. Well, congratulations there, Parasol. Right, you're like January 9th, right? Or January 10th? Happy birthday to you. Not only did she have to grow up through a massive economic crisis, but she lives in San Diego, which tells me that her father is a Marine. So she had to grow up in a military household in the during the massive economic crisis, which is like a double go fuck yourself. There are many of us in this chat room right now who remember a time before the internet, in the sense of the publicly accessible internet that we are used to. Many of us were in the Wild West days where BBS, or is it BBS? Bulletin Board Systems? Yeah, BBSs and forums like Something Awful, 4chan, dominated the internet. I could still use a fucking encyclopedia. That's how old I am. Usenet. Yeah. God, MUDs, MSN Messenger, AOL, Yahoo and AOL chats, MIRC. God, I remember that. I remember trying to put towels on top of my router or my modem because during the dial-up, because it was so fucking loud at like ungodly hours, like at like I was trying to like get on the internet at like 2 a.m. I use throw pillows. Back when there was this thing called the third space, which is now a mythical fucking like thing to the modern generations, where places where you could actually go meet people. I remember playing D&D in the library, you know? Fucking the library had spaces where you could go play D&D. What happened to that? They all got sold to corporations and they made them crap. They're all institutifications. So there's no bars anymore. There's only places where you can go bet for fucking bet on things like in real time and get smacked in the face with advertisements. You can't go to church unless because those churches are now all just Ponzi schemes, trying to get your money and scare the shit out of you. Community centers were defunded because they were too woke. That kind of shit. So YouTube, yeah. See, back then, you could go to a physical place to do those things. And it was a lot harder to being a little shit in real life, because in real life, people would punch you. Was it with the red tint? There's a red tint? Turn it down a little bit. I think a lot of it is this is reflecting. But I was also being very passionate earlier, so I'm a little flushed. Yeah, that's about right. Man, I miss Halo Reach peak. I was at the midnight release of Halo Reach. One of my groomsmen who shows up every so often, in chat. I'm not gonna tell you who it is because he knows my real name. One of the groomsmen and I, one of my future groomsmen and I stood in line at a local GameStop at midnight to go buy Halo Reach. Back when I was just out of college. Just starting to get my teaching credentials. Skyrim? The last midnight release I went to was Halo 4. $2012. Yeah. So it was around Skyrim. The year after Skyrim. November 6th. To give you context, that was right around the end of the initial funding period, the initial Kickstarter for Star Citizen. The last midnight release I went to was the last time before I became was the year that Star Citizen was announced. It was around the time when WoW released. I remember going into GameStop, seeing like a discounted copy of WoW that they had. It was like the last copy of WoW. And I heard things about it and I bought it. And the guy behind my counter, counter said like, "So you're going to go disappear for a month now." And I was like, I heard things. It's like, okay, cool. Enjoy it. Cause I was a big fan of the Warhammer universe, the Warcraft universe. Warcraft 2 was one of the first games I ever played, and I never played Warcraft 3. So I got WoW before I played Warcraft 3 and was like, I don't know any of this story. And I went back and played Warcraft 3 and then I couldn't finish playing it. But I remember the multiple discs you'd have to put in for WoW. It was like 5 or 6 discs. I think I still have them. It was like 4 discs, 4 CD-ROMs that to install. Wow. That is all to say, chat. Many of us are old. And the history lover in me says, never forget, you live through history that some people will never experience. What seems common to you and people around you is something that's brand new to people who've never experienced it. And a lot of those people are now in their 20s, getting out of college and getting into the workforce. So you might experience people who are your customers, who are your fellow employees, or even your bosses, who have experiences that you have experience they've never had. So keep those experiences and remind them of them in a cool way. Be like, hey, this is the cool thing we used to do. Yes, I that is something I have noticed. Retro tech is the fashion of Gen Z. I've had kids in school this year who were walking around with original Walkman, like tape Walkman, CD Walkman, and at least one or two of them had iPods. I've said this many times, but the kids are all right. Every time I hear the kids can't read, they can't do these things, I go, nah, they're fine. The kids are all right when it comes down to things. Okay, I attacked much. iPods aren't retro. Okay, attacked much. They are retro. Okay. iPods are now a retro fashion because they're a physical, explicit device for one thing. I think they still make Nokia 3310s and 5110s. I think they still make them. They're still used in some places. Someone's lost tech cache. A lot of kids who are in high school right now their parents are my age. To give you context, my wife and I have been together since 2008. Do the math. If we had a kid in 2008, they would be adults by now. I still have my let me pull it out. I think it's still there. I still have my iPod mini. Can't see in the dark. So yeah, I'll just say if I had a 19-year-old kid, they would have probably asked about my iPod mini at one point. Computers were expensive, man. It was a mark of wealth if you could buy a new one. Real question, does thing still charge? I think I have the charging cable around here. At one point, I did charge it up and turn it on, and it was working. Still works. It's been kept in good condition. put audiobooks on my iPod because the thing battery lasts 2 weeks. Yeah, the battery is insanely long. All right, y'all. With that trip down nostalgia lane, thank you for watching. Happy New Year. I'm going to get some sleep. I got to go to work tomorrow. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.